Testing 1, 2, 3. Can we get the interpreters to do a quick sound check on the English channel, please?
Checking 1, 2, 3. This is the interpreter. Can you hear me on the English channel? Checking 1, 2, 3. Check 1. Check 2. Check 3. Interpreter doing a sound check on the English line. Check 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me okay? Checking 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me okay on the English line? Check.
Thank you so much for the sound check on the English line. Can we now please test the French channel, please? Merci tout le monde.
Yeah. Bonjour tout le monde. Good morning, everyone. We're going to start in 1 minute. We'll start in 1 minute. Thank you. Merci. Good morning, everyone. As we begin our meeting today and on behalf of Ottawa City Council, I wish to acknowledge that Ottawa is built on unceded Anishinaabe Algonquin territory. The peoples of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation have lived on this territory for millennia. Their culture and presence have nurtured and continue to nurture this land. The City of Ottawa honors the peoples and land of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation and honors all First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples and their valuable past and present contributions to this land. I'll ask the committee coordinator now to do a roll call.
Councillor Luloff.
Present.
Councillor Dudas.
Here.
Councillor Curry.
Here.
Councillor Gower.
Here.
Councillor Tierney.
Present.
Councillor King.
Here.
Councillor Leeper.
Here.
Councillor Brockington.
Here.
Councillor Menard.
Here.
Councillor Brown.
Here.
Vice Chair Kitts. Mayor Sutcliffe.
Here.
You have a quorum, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any declarations of interest? Confirmation of minutes from March the 4th. Are the minutes confirmed? All right. Item 4.1 is the tax policy. There's a presentation and some delegations, so we'll hold that. Item 4.2 is the disposition of 2024 tax and rate supported operating surplus deficit. Does anybody want that help? Yes? Item 4.3 is the 2025 budgets and special levies for business improvement areas in the Spark Street Mall Authority. Is that carried? 4.4 is the Conservation Authority's 2025 levies. Is that carried? Carried. Item 5.1 has a delegation, so we'll hold that. 5.2, rapport annuel 2024 sur les services en
2024 report on French language services. Passed.
5.3 is the status update on Finance and Corporate Services Committee inquiries and motions for the period ending March 21st. Is that received? Item 6.1 has delegations, so we'll hold that. Item 6.2, there's a technical amendment and a direction, so maybe we'll hold that as well. 6.3 is the delegation of authority on the acquisition of and sale of land and property. Is that received? 6.4 is the application for approval to expropriate lands, report number 2, baseline transit priority phase. Is that carried? I'll note the information previously distributed, the economic development update 8.1, and then we have a motion of which notice has previously been given. If committee members are okay to just carry that, we can do that without a presentation or a delegation. Carried? Okay. All right, let's return to item 4.1 on the agenda, which is the 2025 tax policy and other revenue matters, and turn it over to staff for a presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Merci, Monsieur le Maire. Je suis ici ce matin avec Crystal
I'm here this
Bryan
morning with Crystal Bryan for the evaluation program, and I'll be here to present to you the annual report on the tax year 2020.
Program Manager for Property Assessment and Appeals to present the annual tax policy report for 2025. Next slide, please. Tax policy is one of the governance tools provided to elected officials to implement the priorities that Council has already established through its strategic planning process. This report follows budget approval and recommends the tax policies for the upcoming year. Each year, Council must approve how the tax requirement in the budget will be allocated among residents. This includes decisions on optional tax classes and discounts, tax ratios, the notional rate adjustment for appeal losses, public institution levies, and tax relief policies and programs. The report also provides updates on other tax and revenue related matters. Next slide, please. To provide some background, property taxes are the primary source of revenue for the city's budget, funding around 50% of it. This year, we will bill approximately 360,000 property owners twice annually, with interim bills due the third Thursday in March and final bills due the third Thursday in June. Supplementary bills are issued 6 times a year for new construction. Property taxes are calculated by multiplying the property tax rate by the property assessment value. Property tax bills also include the provincial education amount, which the city bills, collects, and remits to local school boards. In 2025, the average residential tax bill will be $5,090, of which $665 will be remitted to school boards and the conservation authorities. Importantly, at the back of the tax bill will now clearly show how much is retained by the city and how much is remitted to other institutions. The number
of people paying electronically continues to increase every year, going to 85% in 2024 to about 90% for 2025.
A continued increase in electronic payments, growing from 85% in 2024 to 90% of property taxpayers paying this way in 2025. Our My Service Ottawa platform continues to grow in popularity, significantly increasing from 201,000 subscribers in 2024 to 282,000 subscribers in 2025. At this point, 80% of all properties in Ottawa are now active subscribers on our My Service Ottawa platform. The province has also continued to delay reassessment, meaning 2020 assessment values will continue to be used in 2025. Diapositive suivante, s'il vous plaît.
Next slide, please.
Tax growth is defined as the net of new construction, major renovations, demolitions, reductions, and additions to real property added to the tax roll during the course of the year. Growth is eroded by property assessment appeals within the year. Growth provides new revenues to the city. In 2024, Ottawa's property tax growth was $30 million, or 1.42%, slightly short of the budget target of 1.5%. The residential sector contributed the largest share of this growth at 62%, followed by multi-residential at 35%. Next slide, please. Ottawa has performed exceptionally in the multi-residential sector. This chart shows the number of multi-residential units built annually from 2019 until September 2024. As you can see, the number of newly constructed units continues to grow significantly each year, adding to the rental supply in Ottawa. Ottawa has had the highest number of units built annually in all of Ontario, ahead of Toronto and other large upper and lower tier municipalities since 2002. Next slide, please. Through the 2024 Ontario budget, the province announced a new optional multi-residential subclass offering a potential 35% discount. However, this new subclass provided no incentive for affordable rents and could create further tax disparities. Since Ottawa's market is already strong and CMHC data shows that newer properties tend to have higher rents, staff do not recommend adopting this new subclass. The province has also announced an optional affordable housing subclass, which aligns better with the priorities of this term of council, and we anticipate more details in the 2025 spring budget announcement. Should this proceed, staff will bring a report to committee and council for consideration before the end of the year, with a hope or with a view of implementing such a subclass in 2026. Next slide, please. At the Finance and Corporate Services Committee meeting of April 2nd, 2024, Councillor Menard directed staff to explore the feasibility of a proactive ratio reduction of the multi-residential ratio to 1 over a 3 to 5 year period starting in 2025. At the same committee and following council meeting, members of council asked staff several questions about options available to council to increase tax rates on parking, commercial, and industrial vacant land. Staff committed to reviewing options and benchmarking against other municipalities. As a result, staff are recommending 2 policy updates that align with council priorities that will shift taxes between classes in 2025. These policy changes are a proactive reduction of the multi-residential ratio from 1.4 to 1.3, and the elimination of the vacant land and parking optional class and discontinuation of vacant land discounts. Je tiens à souligner que ces changements n'apportent
These changes do not add more revenue.
That these policies do not provide any additional revenue to the city. En fait, ces changements de politique.
In fact, these policy changes will shift taxes between one class to another, but the amounts will remain the same.
Instead, these policy changes will shift the property tax burden between classes, but the overall tax requirement remains the same. Some properties will see an increase while others will decrease, but the city will not get any new money from these policy changes. We will now delve into the detail of these 2 recommended policy tax shifts. Diapositive suivante, s'il vous plaît.
Next slide.
One of the tools to address housing affordability is adjusting tax ratios. Today, properties built before 2001 in the multi-residential class pay a tax rate of 1.4 times the residential rate and tend to have lower rents. Newer multi-residential properties built after 2001 pay the residential rate and tend to have higher rents. An immediate reduction of the multi-residential ratio of from 1.4 to 1 would trigger a legislated forced reduction of 4.7% per month for renters in these properties. The reduction would be offset by a tax increase of 1.6% in all other classes. The average residential property in this case would experience a tax increase of $69 per year. Staff recommend a more moderate approach, reducing the ratio from 1.4 to 1.3 in 2025, and then by 0.1 annually until parity or until reassessment when we can revisit the plan. Reducing the multi-residential ratio to 1.3 will trigger a legislated or forced rent reduction of 1% per month for 58,000 affected units within these properties, with a more moderate 0.4% tax increase for all other classes. La réduction du coefficient
The tax reduction for multi-residential of 1.4 to 1.3 will reduce this permanently and will lead to a reduction of rent by 1% every month for renters of these buildings.
This tax reduction equates to a 4.5% decrease for multi-residential properties from 2024 to 2025, and this is after the budget increase of 3.9%, which will require landlords to lower their rents under the Landlords and Tenancies Act by a factor of 1% in 2026. For example, a $2,000 monthly rent would see an estimated $16 reduction, while the average residential property would see a $19 annual tax increase. Next slide, please. Commercial and industrial properties pay higher taxes than parking lots and vacant land. La catégorie facultative de parcs stationnement s'applique aux parcs.
This parking lot and vacant land applies to independent parking.
Standalone parking lots and garages. Commercial and office properties have their own parking lots included in their commercial, office, and shopping tax classes and already pay a much higher rate. While transit prices have increased steadily over the last few decades, parking costs have not increased at the same pace, making parking an attractive alternative to transit. The city has also prioritized intensifying urban and suburban areas by encouraging development of vacant land. However, commercial and industrial vacant lands continue to enjoy significant discounts. In 2018, the province made the mandatory vacant land discount optional and eliminated the discounts on vacant land education rates. Since then, many municipalities have followed suit. A comparison of the top municipalities in Ontario shows that Ottawa is the only municipality with a parking class, and only 3 other municipalities have discounts for vacant land. To align with the strategic priorities of this term of council to intensify urban areas, encourage transit use, staff recommend eliminating the optional parking, commercial and vacant land class, and industrial vacant land discounts. This will stimulate economic development by incentivizing development of vacant lands and encourage the use of transit by increasing parking costs, creating a greener city. 1,923 properties would be affected by this change, of which 1,500 are parking lots. En supprimant la catégorie facultative,
by removing this optional category,
l'impôt foncier augmentera de
there'll be an increase of 47%.
The optional class and vacant land discounts will increase the taxes on these properties by 47%, but it will decrease taxes mainly in the industrial and commercial classes and in all other classes as well. Diapositive suivant, s'il vous plaît.
Next slide.
This diagram shows the tax shift impacts of reducing the multi-residential ratio to 1.3 and eliminating the vacant land discounts and parking optional class. Vacant land and parking properties would see a 47% increase in taxes. Commercial, shopping, and office properties would see a 0.8% decrease, which equates to a total of 3.8 million. Industrial properties would see a reduction of 8.1%. After the budget increase of 3.9%, industrial properties will see their tax bills decrease by around 4.2% from 2024 to 2025. This decrease will provide a $2.4 million relief to manufacturing, production, and other industrial businesses that are most impacted by tariffs and the ongoing trade war. Residential properties would increase by 0.3% or $15 for the average property assessed at $415,000. À lieu d'une augmentation de loyer à 2 à 3%, 58,500 units multiresidentiels verront une diminution.
Many units would see a decrease of 1% in 2026.
Or 3% increase. 58,500 multi-residential units in these properties will see a 1% decrease in 2026. Next slide, please. Here are some examples of what these changes will look like for parking and vacant land properties. To reiterate, these changes to parking only apply to standalone surface parking lots and standalone garages. A commercial vacant land property paying about $21,700 in taxes will experience an increase of $10,200 or 47%. A surface lot, parking lot paying about $20,600 in taxes will experience an increase of $9,700. A single commercial condominium parking lot paying $204 will increase by $96. And an industrial vacant land property paying about $22,500 in taxes will increase by $9,300. Next slide, please. This slide shows examples of the inverse shifts for commercial, small business, office, shopping, and industrial properties. A small business property paying $13,900 in taxes would decrease by $103 or 0.8%. A big box store or commercial shopping center paying about $481,200 would see a decrease of $3,800. A commercial condominium paying $9,700 in taxes would see a decrease of $77. And finally, an industrial property paying $303,400 would see a decrease of $24,600 or 8.1%. Next slide, please. I'll now hand this over to Krista to discuss our tax relief programs for 2025.
Thank you, Joseph. Ce rapport recommande de renouveler
This report
certains programmes
recommends changes in programs on tax programs authorized by the Act to ensure that commercial trade markets in Ottawa remain competitive and dynamic.
La sous-catégorie
The subcategory of small businesses,
depuis qu'elle a été approuvée pour la première fois
since its approval by the first time by the Council in 2021.
permet aux petites
This enables small businesses
bénéficier d'une
to take advantage of a reduction of 15% of the property taxes
commerciaux et industriels.
for their industrial activities. This reduction equates to $18.5 million in tax savings for small businesses in 2025.
Sur la base des critères approuvés par
Based on the criteria approved by the Council, more than 6,000 business
automatiquement
land
sous la sous-catégorie des petites
will benefit from this category.
en 2025.
In 2025,
Entreprise moyenne
a small
et
business on average
735 000 paiera
would pay
$700
$3,700 less in municipal taxes
de taux d'imposition commerciale normal.
compared to regular commercial businesses. To remain competitive in the region and to encourage investments in commercial centers, the city has a tax ratio of 1.55 for this category, under the tax ratio of 1.97.
Next slide, please.
Next slide.
Given Ottawa's significant rural farmland, we recommend continuing policies to support our agricultural community. The City of Ottawa has 3,600 properties classified as farms. This includes renewing the 0.2 tax ratio for the farm class, providing a further 20% tax reduction and approximately $779,000 in annual tax savings for farmers. We also recommend continuing a 25% discount on the residential tax rate for farmland awaiting development. Additionally, we recommend extending the small-scale farm business subclass, providing a 75% discount for small commercial activities on farms. Finally, the renewal of the annual farm grant program, which postpones the final property tax installment from June to December after the harvest. Next slide, please. The city also provides other tax relief programs. Eligible charitable organizations can receive a 40% tax rebate, and nonprofit childcare centers can receive a 100% rebate. For the 2023 taxation year, 180 charitable rebate applications were processed, resulting in approximately 2.4 million property tax rebates. We also have deferral programs for low-income seniors and persons with disabilities for property taxes and water bills at a reduced interest rate. In 2024, 100 taxpayers and 26 water utility rate payers were on the programs. Next slide, please.
Under the Municipality Act, it is possible to reduce or eliminate taxes based on requests. This is received directly, and they are examined with the tax evaluation company. The tax devaluation informed municipality that it would no longer give recommendation of evaluations for requests for damaged buildings and those that are not inhabitable. After a change was brought forward, municipalities services recommended the following changes and adopting the new regulations for the City of Ottawa in order to direct this work. For damaged goods, it has become and things that are not used, damage rendering the property substantially unusable, 35% reduction, and repairs and renovations, it would be a reduction of 25% for the spaces affected.
The provincial government introduced the notional tax rate adjustment to recover assessment appeal losses. The city has adopted this every year since 2016, saving $312 million in tax dollars. In 2025, we will recover $4.3 million, with $1.7 million allocated to the budgeted growth shortfall and $2.6 million to councillors' budgets to align them with comparable municipalities in accordance with the third-party review. Next slide, please. The average cost of processing pre-authorized debit payments is higher than that of electronic payments. Therefore, staff recommend a cost recovery fee of 55 cents per transaction for all pre-authorized debit plans. We have also negotiated a new, slightly lower pricing for payment card merchant fees, and we recommend updating our bylaw to reflect this change. Merci, Monsieur le Maire. C'est la fin de notre présentation.
That's the end of our presentation, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Merci beaucoup. We do have 3 delegations, so we'll go to those and then open it up for questions, beginning with Alex Cullen.
There. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, members of committee, for allowing me this opportunity to speak to you again about the multi-residential tax policy issue that's being presented to you today by staff. I am the former chair of the City of Ottawa Task Force on Property Assessment of Property Tax Issues. That was back in 2001 when we identified this issue of the inequity with multi-residential tax policy at the time. Next slide, please. So I'm here in support of the staff recommendation. There's 2 in particular. The first is recommendation 2, which is the 4-year plan that staff are proposing to reduce the multi-residential tax ratio to 1.0. subject to review to a province-wide reassessment. And the first step you'll find in recommendation 4, which is to bring it from 1.4 to 1.3. Next slide, please. So as you know, the number of tenants in terms of taxpayers in this town is approximately a third of all the taxpayers, residential taxpayers, or in the city of Ottawa. And as you also know, the average income for folks who own a home is over $100,000. The average income for those who rent their home is around $60,000. And yet, the tax difference between these people, the residential base is 1.0, and for the multi-residential is 1.4, except for buildings built after 2001, which has been set at 1.0. So we really have two forms of inequity here, inequity between multi-residential and homeowners, and within the multi-residential class itself. And as you see, there's over 58,000 units that are under the new multi-residential, which means that they are paying their taxes at the same rate as their condo cousins as homeowners, whereas nearly 2/3 of the balance of the tenants in the city of Ottawa are paying 40% more. That is entirely inequitable. As you see in the small box at the bottom, even within the multi-residential class, there's over 40% who are under what's called housing distress, and that they're paying more than 30% of their income towards shelter. And that just underlines the disparity between the classes. Next slide, please. So is there a justification whatsoever to charge multi-residential tenants more in property taxes than their residential neighbors? Well, the Fair Tax Commission from 1993 said very clearly, no. There's nothing about the tenure of your home that would justify such an inequity between tax classes. And as a matter of fact, our task force that reported to Ottawa City Council back in 2001 agreed that that was not justifiable whatsoever. Next slide, please. So since I mentioned earlier that there is this discrepancy even within the class from 2001. Yes, we've seen some reduction in the multi-residential tax rate. I mean, it's amazing to remember that back in 2001, it was 200% times the residential sector. It has come down to 1.4. But all those years, the new buildings that come in for multi-residential have been taxed at the same rate as condominiums and homeowners. And to the point now where you have 58,000 units, that's nearly a third of all those within the multi-residential tax class paying the same rate, the lower rate, as their condo cousins and homeowners. And there's no justification for this. Next slide, please. So here we have the discussion in the staff report that they are recommending how to move forward with respect to resolving this difficulty, this difference. So the next slide carries on the discussion, and the last slide just makes the point that usually the question is asked, okay, so we're going to lower the tax rate. What is the effect? Is it all going to go to the pockets of landowners? And the answer is no. The Residential Tenancy Act makes it very clear, staff in the report make it very clear, there's a forced reduction so that the tenants do get the benefit. And if you look at the difference between one and the other, the impact on the homeowner, $16, the impact on someone paying $2,000 a month, that's $192. That shows you is 10 times the disparity between the two classes. So I'm hopeful that this committee will endorse the staff recommendation, and as council will as well, and resolve this historical injustice. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cullen. Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Mayor. I just wanted to thank the delegation for the years of advocacy on this, and appreciate the presentation that he's given. I guess one question to the delegation would be some of the offsetting property tax discounts on things like parking lots and vacant land are being rolled back to be more equalized. I'm wondering your thoughts on those moves.
Well, as a matter of fact, I think it's the right move to make if you wish to enforce a city policy to use vacant land for development, for whether it's residential development, commercial development, make use of that land. And as we know, we have a housing crisis in the city of Ottawa. This is a tool that would incentivize those owners to make better use of that land by either putting on buildings, residential buildings, commercial buildings, what have you. And the effect, of course, on the residential homeowner, there's a modest positive effect by doing this. So it all rolls in. I think it's a win-win situation for the city of Ottawa.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. Mr. Cullen, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor.
Next up is Jeffrey Younghusband. Go ahead whenever you're ready, sir.
Good morning, everyone. I want to thank the committee for the opportunity to speak on behalf of supporting the reduction in the multi-residential tax rate. I work for a company called Osgood Properties. Very intrigued by Mr. Cullen's presentation. I actually remember a time when I first started with Osgood back in the late 90s where the multi-residential tax rate was actually over 2.3. So it has been very encouraging to see the reduction towards fairness over the years. Osgood Properties is an Ottawa-based company that has owned and managed apartment buildings in Ottawa since 1982. Our portfolio of properties has grown steadily over the years, both inside and outside of Ottawa. Osgood's current Ottawa portfolio is comprised of 14 locations, totaling just under 3,200 individual rental suites, all of which fall under the multi-residential tax class. Our buildings are long-standing structures, the oldest being just over 70 years old, and the youngest asset we have is now 45 years old. Our properties are part of the housing fabric in our community, offering safe, reliable, and well-maintained rental accommodations. I'm the Senior Vice President for Osgood Properties, and for many years, one of my responsibilities has been to ensure Osgood remains compliant with the property tax system and the automatic rent reductions for our residents, which have on occasion been triggered by Ottawa City Council. For decades, multi-residential properties have been taxed at significantly higher tax rates than residential properties. Economists have been clear that differential property taxes are ultimately paid by the users of the properties through their rent. This was also the conclusion of the Ontario Fair Tax Commission reported to the Ontario government in 1993, and the City of Ottawa's Task Force on Property Assessment and Taxation, which reported in 2001. In Ottawa, in 2024, the multi-residential tax rate of 1.409 resulted in tenants paying municipal property taxes at a rate 41% higher than the rate homeowners pay. This disparity is unfair to the tenants of our city. Numerous studies have found the disparity to be unjustified. The province recognized that the fair rate for tenants was the same as the rate charged to homeowners when it set the education property rate to be the same for both. The province also set the target for municipalities at a nearly equal tax rate when it set the band of fairness for multi-residential tax ratio between 1 and 1.1. I should point out newly built multi-residential apartments are being brought into the tax roll at the rate of 1.0. Yet the older, more affordable rental complexes continue to be taxed at a higher rate, currently 1.4. The disparity is made worse because on average, tenants have only half the income that homeowners have, even though average household size is similar. About 40% of Ottawa's tenants pay more than 30% of their income to afford adequate and suitable housing, and many more pay over 50%. Most of those tenants have an affordability problem because of low income. Unfair municipal taxation of multi-residential property clearly makes housing less affordable for those tenants. The Residential Tenancies Act requires municipal notices to be sent to tenants when property taxes have been decreased by more than a minimal amount and requires that landlords give rent reductions to tenants when this occurs. Osgood Properties has passed those rent reductions through to thousands of tenants several times since the year 2000, whenever tax reductions have been made. I know that other landlords in Ottawa have done so as well. Osgood Properties supports the staff report, which calls for a decrease in the multi-residential tax ratio to trigger modest rent reductions and improve rental housing affordability in our city. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Younghusband. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Jeffrey, thank you very much for the presentation today. It's good to see you. It has been asserted to me very informally that the eventual reduction to parity in the tax rate between new multi-residential and existing multi-residential will ultimately incent a flow of capital into existing stock and take it out of building new stock. Is that a legitimate concern? Do you anticipate seeing more money flowing into your sector, maybe acquisitions, et cetera, as the incentives change? I'm having difficulties buying it.
I'm not sure I'm understanding. Maybe if you could restate your question. That the money saved on taxes will be diverted to new development. Is that what you're asking?
Or that the lower property taxes on new multi-residential incents the creation of new multi-residential, and that without that advantage vis-a-vis existing rental, that the incentive is going to move back into investing in existing stock. Well,
I suspect it could go either way. I know in our case, we are not developers. As I stated, we own a sort of old stock housing in the city of Ottawa, and as it gets older, it becomes an increasing challenge to make sure that buildings continue to be viable rental options for the population. So I think what I find in my experience is anything we can do to continue to divert and reinvest in our buildings is the best way for us to maintain our housing in an appropriate fashion. I hope that answers your question. I think that's really what our experience has been.
Okay, no, and that does. That's helpful, and I'm grateful that there are companies like Osgood that do continue to invest in rental housing that is usually subject to rent control and is much more affordable than the new housing stock that's coming onto the market. Thank you very much, Mr. Younghusband.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Mr. Younghusband, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. We'll go next to John Dickey, the Chair of the Eastern Ontario Landlord Organization. Morning, sir. Good morning. You'll have to turn on your mic there. Yeah, thank you.
All right. Well, that sounds better. Good morning again. Thank you for hearing me. A pleasure to be here. ELO's members own and manage close to 40,000 residential rental units in the city of Ottawa, most of them in the multi-residential tax class, with 7 or more units on each rent roll, and most of them having been built before 2001. We have been working on multi-residential tax policy since our inception as an association in 1990. For reasons that are buried in the past, over many decades before 1990, multi-residential properties came to be taxed at significantly higher tax rates than residential properties. As Mr. Younghusband pointed out, economists are clear that differential property taxes are ultimately paid by the users of the properties through their rents. That was also the conclusion of the Fair Tax Commission, appointed by the Ontario government in 1990 under the NDP, and the City of Ottawa's task force, which reported in 2001. In Ottawa in 2024, tenants currently pay municipal property taxes at a rate 41% higher than the rate homeowners pay. And the disparity is unfair on its face, and numerous studies have found the disparity to be unjustified. When the province reformed property taxes, and this was under the Progressive Conservatives, the province made the disparity visible by establishing these tax ratios. Formerly, the disparity had been hidden in the assessments, but then it was made visible so that people could talk about it, see it, and frankly, municipalities could reform it. And the province also set targets for municipalities at a nearly equal tax rate. They called them the band of fairness, and the multi-residential band of fairness was between 1 and 1.1. So that here we have both the left and the right agreeing that the right tax rate is an equivalent tax rate on the two sets of properties. Now, if we turn to a tie-in with the Residential Tenancies Act, it has long operated on a cost pass-through system. Landlords have been able to apply for unusual tax increases, but equally from the time in 1997, when the government reformed the tax system, landlords have been required to pass through unusual tax decreases. So I believe this year you face a choice. And again, I've had some discussions with Mr. Mahoney, and I'm not crystal clear because this year the tax increase calculation is pretty complicated. But I think that if this ratio were not to be adjusted, then a number of landlords would be able to apply for above guideline increases and actually increase rents to compensate for increased costs. I think Mr. Mahoney is not so sure, but it is crystal clear to both Mr. Mahoney and to me that this reduction will, well, it's crystal clear to me that if that's the case, this reduction will eliminate that problem. And in addition, it's crystal clear to both of us that this reduction would cause a pass-through of a rent reduction. And that would improve affordability. And so that's a good thing. So whether there are two benefits here or just one benefit, I'm agreeing with staff that there is at least one benefit. I think there may be two. And so either way, I'm certainly urging, and Eola is urging you to adopt the recommendation about the multi-residential ratio in the staff report, that it will trigger modest rent reductions and thus improve affordability. And frankly, the rent reduction seems modest, but on the other hand, it's significant to many of the people who live in those units. And it's 10 times, or actually maybe it's 12 times what the increase is to homeowners. We have the figure $192 as opposed to $16 per year. So it's real money to a tenant, and frankly, it's less than a cup of coffee a month to a homeowner. It would be quite a cheap cup of coffee. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dickey. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much. $192 is well over the price of one monthly bus pass. So that's essentially offsets a transit pass for one person in the household for the year. It is absolutely real money. It has been asserted to me again that the reason we needed higher ratios on the multi-res is because they were undervalued at the time. So we were not capturing the value that we should have been. Do you feel that under the current assessment regime, multi-residential is appropriately valued by MPAC, notwithstanding the fact that we haven't seen a reassessment in so many years now?
I would have to say that MPAC has been quite aggressive about increasing the assessed values of multi-residential properties. It is done, as you know, on the income approach, and the income approach then takes the net income or in some cases, in older times, MPAC used gross income, but they've kind of adjusted that to be more looking at net income on property groups, not individual properties yet, but property groups. And then they apply a capitalization rate.
Okay.
And the capitalization rate that is being applied now is a very low capitalization rate, which then produces a very high value. The one number is divided by the other. So the lower the cap rate, the higher the value. And yes, my guess would be that when a revaluation is done with the increase in interest rates we've recently experienced, and I know they've come down, but they haven't come down to where they were. One might actually see a decrease in multi-res values, but that's something to be looked at when the reassessment takes place. And the staff report has been very clear that this whole exercise should be looked at again when the next reassessment takes place. So I wouldn't be at all concerned that multi-res is undervalued and therefore needs to be overtaxed.
That's extremely helpful. Thank you very much, John. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Mr. Dickey, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your presentation. I'll open it up to members of the committee for any further questions about this. Councillor Menard?
Yeah, just very briefly, Mayor, thanks to staff today for the presentation and for the ongoing work on this. There's been a lot of effort put in here. I just have a few questions about some of the elements. The 15% for small business tax reduction, which was implemented last term and continues into this term, is important, and one of the best ways the city can help small businesses in the city. The ongoing concern that I've expressed is that it needs to be passed along from the owners of those buildings to the actual small businesses that may not be the owners of the building. They may just be leasing that space and would want to receive it through the owners of those buildings. What can we do to ensure that it is being passed on from those owners to the leaseholders?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So there's a couple of things that we did when we looked at the small business tax class. So one was to understand what type of leases that most of these businesses have. Most have net leases, which have a component of a base rent and operation costs. And the operation costs include property taxes, cost to maintain the building, cleaning, so on and so forth. So those are reconciled on an annual basis. So any tax reductions would automatically be passed down through that process. The second piece that we've actually done is send out letters annually to each property owner and those businesses that are impacted. We also work with the BIAs to make sure that that communication flows through, to make sure that they understand that there is a 15% discount the city has provided to small businesses this year. And we do expect that landlords will reflect that in the rent. So it's more of a two-pronged approach. It should naturally happen through the net leases, but for the small percentage that are on different type of lease arrangement, we are making sure that that's communicated. And if we do receive any information from businesses that their landlords are not passing this, there is delegated authority for us to revoke the discount, because the intent is not for that discount to go to the landlord. It's supposed to flow down to the business.
Yeah, makes sense. Thank you very much. And I think for my own purposes, we've discussed having a letter drafted that can be distributed to businesses, small businesses on the main streets. That would help, I think, as well, get that information out. So if we can work on that together, that would be very appreciated. Similarly, for and I think the movement of the multi-residential tax ratios is by far the most important or easiest way we can affect rents for people in this city. There's nothing more direct than that I think that we could do as a city. You're sending out letters to all tenants and multi-residential owners that would be affected by this?
That is correct, Mr. Mayor. We are required by the Municipal Act that if there is a significant tax reduction, such as what we're going to be seeing here with multi-res, we must send out letters to all the tenants and all the landlords to let them notify them of the tax reduction and also notify them of the potential decrease they can expect to see in the coming year.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for that. My last question is just around the parking lots and the commercial vacant land class. We're revoking those classes and lumping them in with other existing classes to eliminate the discounts in those areas. That offset would actually help lower some of the residential tax burden as well. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Mayor. So the multi-res shift will cause, as we mentioned in the presentation, a $19 increase. However, the vacant land discount elimination, the parking class elimination will result in a $4 decrease and therefore a net $15 increase for residential properties in 25.
Okay, and your report was helpful in that the top 10 municipalities in Ontario show that Ottawa is the only one that has the optional parking lots and commercial vacant land class, and most have eliminated those discounts already. So that makes perfect sense. And a corollary to that is it'll stimulate economic development. It'll incentivize the development of that vacant land, and then encourage the use or redevelopment of vacant urban lands along transit lines. With a focus on other multimodal share rather than just those parking lots. So all in all, makes a lot of sense and will align us with many other cities in Ontario. So thanks very much for staff's work, and appreciate it, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. Councillor Brown.
Merci, conseiller Menard. Conseiller Brown. Merci, Monsieur le maire. Merci pour la présentation. J'ai travaillé avec Christ par le passé et conseillère Kitts. Mais j'aimerais parler d'une question qui est de plus en plus vue. Ça, c'est l'achat de terrains agricoles des promoteurs qui sont juste dépassés la ligne. Et c'est habituel pour que ces gens achètent cela en anticipant donc l'expansion des changements. Et l'agriculteur est habituellement là à continuer à travailler sur la terre. Mais ces promoteurs disent à l'ancien propriétaire d'arrêter de travailler la terre pour qu'elle devienne en jachère. Que pouvons-nous faire pour s'assurer que nous avons le bon coefficient d'impôt, parce que nous croyons que ça, c'est affreux, que cette terre agricole n'est plus dans l'approvisionnement avant que ça devrait l'être. Nous voulons nous assurer que les promoteurs ne reçoivent pas un taux d'impôt moins élevé pour que ça soit juste. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le maire. La distinction la plus importante ici, c'est que les terrains agricoles payent un taux beaucoup plus bas. 20% on paye du taux. Alors, il y a l'incitatif là. Alors, si c'est acheté le terrain et on peut toujours travailler la terre, ça va donc ils vont obtenir le taux. Si la terre n'est pas utilisée durant ces années, ils vont devoir payer le taux résidentiel. Alors, les impôts vont augmenter de ce taux arabais à un taux habituel. Alors, il y a des incitatifs
if they want to continue to experience those discounts.
Thank you very much. And how would we notify staff if there is a change of use on the land? Because this came up as recently as last week at the Ottawa Federation of Agriculture monthly meeting, where farmers were again raising this concern that good land was being taken out of the supply. So what is the best mechanism for city staff to be notified of the land use change?
Mr. Mayor, thank you for that question. I think communication to our office, Councillor, would be appropriate, and we have open channels of communication with MPAC. Normally, the farm rate would apply if the property owner has applied to AgriCorp every year to confirm that they're actually farming the property. But again, we have lots of farm properties, so on occasion, there may be some that sort of may fall through the cracks. So as an added due diligence, we would receive any information from councillors' offices and or residents, and we would communicate that to MPAC and make sure that the role is appropriately reflected.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Gower.
Thanks, Mayor. This report and the surplus deficit report both have a section about the impact of appeals. And it's not something we've really talked a lot about. I was wondering, how big of a deal is appeals? Like, what's the financial impact? Can you give us some more context around that piece?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So appeals are ongoing every year, even even though we have not seen a reassessment, we continue to receive appeals, though at a much lower rate than we probably see them during the ongoing assessment years. And the impacts of appeal, I think we've come a long way as a city from where the impacts of appeals were north of 40 or 50 million per year. We now have a team that works exclusively on making sure that we defend the city's assessment base. We have some technical expertise there in terms of assessment valuation experts that are able to sit in the assessment review board and occasionally in divisional court as we need them to. And it's helped really mitigate that risk for the city to where we're really down to about between 20, perhaps to 22 million in appeals per year. Now this year, as you'll see later in the disposition report, I think we have a bit of a interesting scenario where we had a big win at divisional court, which has also led to significant withdrawals of appeals.
Yeah, 40 million a year, even if we're down now to 20 to 22 million, that's immense. And I assume that's coming from mostly commercial and industrial appeals, or would that, how big a portion would that be versus residential appeals?
Mr. Mayor, the residential component is minimal, and you are right, it is coming mainly from properties in the industrial commercial classes.
And do you have like an average what a typical appeal would be? Like, are we talking about just a few large property owners or quite a few?
It is across the board, Mr. Mayor. We do see small properties appeal, but of course the ones that have the most significant impacts are the larger properties. If we receive appeals, say, from large malls or large office towers and so on and so forth, those carry tremendous value and attract quite a big amount of property taxes. So if they get a 10 or 15% reduction on an appeal, it is a significant hit for the city. And that could be an appeal that applies for several years when it is settled. So it could go back, say, retroactively to 2016 when they launched their first appeal.
And is a list of successful appeals, is that published anywhere through MPAC or through the city, or is there any disclosure of that year to year?
So if there are any successful appeals that go through the ARB process, the Assessment Review Board, they are published on the Assessment Review Board website.
Okay. Yeah, I'll take it offline, but for some of the larger ones, I think it'd be perhaps useful for council to see who some of those larger property owners are that are successful in appeals, especially when they're in the hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars. It's a significant impact, but I'll follow up offline on that. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Is the item carried? Thank you. Item 4.2, disposition of 2024 tax and rate supported operating surplus deficit. I understand there is a staff presentation on that. Go ahead.
Just give me a sec, Mr. Mayor, so Isabel can join me. She's got a broken foot, so Isabel's a bit slower these days getting to the table. Good morning, Mr. Mayor and members of the committee. I'm here today to present the disposition of the 2024 tax and rate supported operating surplus deficit. Today's presentation is an overview of the results of the 2024 operations for all tax and rates supported programs in the city. As part of the finalization of the 2024 operations and preparation of the 2024 financial statements, council approval is required for the disposition of any surpluses or funding of any deficits. In addition, today, Wendy will be providing an update on the Ontario-Ottawa deal. And in addition, we are also providing an update to our reserve policy min-max balances that you'll see later in the presentation. Next slide, please. So this slide, I would like to highlight, this is kind of the final, what I would deem as the final financial report that we present throughout the year. We provide quarterly updates throughout the year, then we move into the budget process. We also have a very robust capital closure process, and then this is kind of the final piece of the puzzle, the pie, if you will, in terms of presenting the overall impacts from a budget perspective to actuals. It's also important to note that Council continues to play a very strong role and leading role in the city's approach to fiscal prudence and financial sustainability. Strong financial management and sustainability and prudence continues to be a priority for not only ourselves at the city staff, but also for our city council and our residents. As a reminder, throughout the years, we continue to bring forward strong financial policies and reports, which have supported and led to the financial sustainability that you'll see today in terms of the 2024 results. We have a significant number of long-range financial plans that we strive to update on a regular basis each term of council. You'll see that later this year when we bring forward the tax long-range financial plan, the rate long-range financial plan, and the transit long-range financial plan update. In addition, late last year during the budget process, we did bring forward an updated housing and homeless long-range financial plan. And in 2024 was the first time that we brought forward a solid waste master plan accompanied with a solid waste long-range financial plan. So we continue to bring these complex plans forward, which helps guide us in terms of the decisions we make from a financial perspective. The fiscal framework continues to be a key, what I would deem as a North Star for us in terms of setting our policies and implementing these long-range financial plans. The reserve management policy that was adopted in 2018 was another example of a strong financial policy, which we'll speak to later in terms of some updates that we're presenting today. And again, the city continues to have a strong credit rating, which helps us in terms of how we manage our finances. So again, this framework continues to be a very successful strategy. It's a tool that we use in applying financial strategies to support the city's strong financial management and sustainability. And it's a strategy that will allow us to leverage and be flexible as we bring forward these updated long-range financial plans, the Transportation Master Plan, where we can apply some of these strategies and these funds to help support those strategies that you'll see later this year. Next slide, please. The City of Ottawa has several operations funded from sources that cannot be commingled. The year-end results are presented by business area, which includes citywide tax-supported services, Ottawa Police Services, transit services, library services, and the rate-supported programs. The combined overall tax and rate-supported services results, including police, transit, and library, resulted in an overall surplus of $44.5 million. The total citywide tax-supported services ended the year with a $55.7 million surplus. The Ottawa Police Services operating budget, which falls under the mandate of the Ottawa Police Services Board, finished with a $640K deficit from operations perspective, but once the non-departmental accounts were allocated to this business area, they finished the year with a $2.4 million surplus. Transit Services ended the year with a $21.7 million deficit, and Ottawa Public Library finished with a $1.9 million surplus. The rate-supported program finished with a $6.2 million surplus, and again, the overall total of the total results of all city operations and programs was an overall surplus of $44.5 million. Next slide, please. This slide is a high-level summary of the overall results. Document 2 of the supporting documentation provides details behind each of the service area surpluses and deficits. It is important to note that the surplus deficit row for total city operations, that's the first row that's highlighted in blue. During the Q2 forecast, we were projecting a deficit of $11.1 million deficit at that time, back in the Q2 timeframe. Earlier in the year in 2024, management did implement a number of financial strategies to mitigate against those potential deficits. And we implemented, which is still in place today, a discretionary spending freeze and a hiring pause in terms of those positions that are not deemed core operational positions. And that helped reduce that deficit of 11.1 projection down to finishing the year with a $5.2 million deficit from a city operational perspective. Some of the key highlights that kind of brought that into the surplus process, one of the key ones I would like to highlight is investment income. So the higher interest rates that we've been seeing in the past couple of years, that's a good thing when we look at our investment income. Going into 2024, the projection earlier in the year was those rates that we were seeing in prior years, 2023, 2022, north of 5%, we're going to slowly start coming down to normalizing in that below 3% in 2024. What actually occurred in 2024 was the 5% rates maintained itself through the first half of the year, into June, past June actually. And then the second half of the year, we also seen those rates kind of slowly get down to 3.25%. So again, we're able to leverage that opportunity in the market to ensure that we can maximize our investment income. The rates are one side of the equation. The other side of the equation is our bank balances. So we're able to leverage the higher bank balances that we carried throughout 2024 to leverage that. And that ended the year with a $43 million surplus on the investment income. Now, I would like to say, take the opportunity to pass on a big thanks to the Treasury team. Treasury team is a team of 5, small team. Most probably don't interact with that team. They operate behind the scenes, but they certainly, continue to be very agile in terms of how they approach the markets. And this is one of the key successes that we kind of come out of 2024 in terms of contributing to the surplus that I spoke about. On the rebates and remissions side of the equation, there was surpluses just shy of $10 million. Again, Joseph alluded to it in the previous presentation and report. This was mainly due to a successful court ruling that dismissed duplicate appeals, leading to the withdrawal of a multi-year appeals on high-value properties. So again, kind of a one-time item that we've seen there, which was, again, a good success for that portfolio. On the PILT side of the equation, we did experience a $9 million surplus. And this is made up of several different factors. The annual tax increases that PILTs are entitled to pay. The airport passenger volume is finally back to what I would say pre-pandemic passenger volumes. They do pay PILTs, and they basically pay PILTs based on passenger traffic in and out of the airport. But it is also important to note that this does not have anything to do with or deal with the current issue that we have before the courts that we are now appealing on the federal properties, the business education tax component. PILTs covers a variety of properties. It's not exclusive to federal properties. PILTs applies to provincial properties, crown corporations, NAC, NCC, universities, prisons, hospitals, etc. So again, the surpluses that you see here from the PILT perspective is exclusive of the issue that we're still dealing with in terms of the business education tax component that we've recently appealed. It also excludes the other challenges that we face with federal properties in terms of the reduction in what they deem valuable or whatever they deem to pay us from a PILT perspective. Next slide, please. On the transit side, the revenue shortfall here is again due to lower projected ridership. It's also a factor of the increased use of the discounted fares. We've talked about that several times over the past 2 budget cycles. Not only is the ridership slowly coming back, but the actual demographic or mix of use of the different fares is impacting that ridership projection. We did have some offsetting savings to offset that revenue shortfall in terms of the delay of openings lines 1 and 2. We did have some lower diesel fuel costs in 2024 and facility costs. And once you layer in the non-departmental allocation of the PILTs and the rebates surpluses to the business areas, that brings the overall deficit to transit to $21.7 million for 2024. Next slide, please. On the rate side, rate finished the year with a $6.2 million surplus. Really what we're seeing there is, again, coming out of the pandemic, you see more commercial properties, more business coming back to the office. It's all driven by the higher volume in that tier 4 category. Throughout the pandemic, we did adjust our budget each year accordingly. And now we've been slowly bringing that back up to where we see the normalization of water consumption. Next slide, please. When you take all that into play, this is really how we do the accounting behind the scenes in terms of how we dispose of those surpluses. So overall, you'll see that just over $44 million will be going into a variety of different reserves that we have. $2.5 million goes into the solid waste reserve. The net contribution to the tax stabilization reserve is $32.7 million. And that's made up of three components. It's the surplus from the citywide tax supported services, the surplus from Ottawa Police Services. Then we fund the deficit, recommendations to fund the deficit of transit for the 21 million. And then the net is a $32.7 million contribution into the tax stabilization reserve. All the other totals on the far right of that table is basically the values that will go into those respective reserves, which we'll speak to a little later. I will now pass over to Wendy to walk through the Ontario-Ottawa deal update. Thank you.
Thanks very much. So you can flip to the next slide, please. So today we're going to provide a brief update in terms of the implementation of the Ontario-Ottawa Agreement. So following the approval of the report from April 2024, staff began working with the province to implement various aspects of the deal. And the focus was really finalizing on the transfer of the payments and the TPAs that we were required to facilitate the financial support that was outlined in the agreement. And I'm very pleased today to report that all of the operating TPAs have been executed between December 2024 and March of 2025. This is a very positive and major step relating to the financial support for the City of Ottawa. And what it means is that the funding is flowing from the province to the city in accordance with the agreement. And there's four major streams in terms of operating support. We look at those. So we have the Ottawa Road 174 maintenance agreement that was $9 million over 3 years. The economic recovery for downtown Ottawa, that was $18.5 million over 3 years coming to the city. And the alternative mental health response, which includes direct policing, the cybersecurity, and transit security. That was $48 million over 3 years. And finally, money for shelters and homelessness support, which was $120 million over 3 years. Prochaine diapo, s'il vous plaît. In terms of capital initiatives, there's 3 streams for supports. And again, the first one is the 174 upload. The second is in relation to building for economic growth, recovery, and renewal for major connecting routes. There's 2 pieces here. So first is the matching funds for the Canada BRT. Those have not yet been confirmed by the federal government. And the terms of the deal indicated that should the funding not be confirmed, that the $80 million could be repurposed for other transportation infrastructure priorities subject to the approval of the province. And finally, $50 million for rural roads. And last, our Building Faster Fund. Next slide, please. So as identified in the Ottawa-Ontario Agreement, the funding for various commitments was conditional on certain criteria being achieved. And this slide speaks to the status of the conditions of the deal. From a public safety perspective, the conditions were met as the federal government has provided 5 years of support for national protests, event response, and public safety. And so this condition is complete. In terms of shelters and homelessness, this is complete as the federal government has provided assistance to cover the city's eligible costs for 24 and 25 for refugee and asylum seekers. And lastly, for the Canada BRT, this piece is in progress. Matching funding, as I said, from the federal government has not been secured to date. And again, in the event this funding is not secured, $80 million will be repurposed for other transportation infrastructure priorities subject to the approval of the province. And finally, the Building Faster Fund. Again, this one's in progress. Last year, we received $37.5 million in funding. And at this time, we're awaiting our 2025 results and communication from the province in terms of what next steps. There's been a series of discussions relating to establishing tripartite tables. So basically with the city, the province, and the federal government to affect the remaining pieces to advance this. And as you can understand, Given the current dynamic federally and the recent provincial elections, the completion of that table and pulling it together has been delayed. Overall, the implementation of the deal is progressing very well. Staff are committed to keeping council apprised of the ongoing status, and we will continue to do that. I'd also like to express my thanks to staff in terms of the work that they've been doing with respect to the implementation of all of the initiatives in the deal. Our progress has really been quite tremendous, and the financial support has been very beneficial for the City of Ottawa. I'll pass it over to you, Cyril, for the next slide. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. So again, you have before you that Isabel walked through a couple of details in the next slides, an update that we're presenting for the reserve in terms of the min-max balances. In 2018, we came forward with a new policy for reserve management. And as you can appreciate, since that time, there's been significant changes in terms of, pandemics, climate change, severe weather events. So one of the things that Isabel will talk to is we're now recalibrating those respective balances for those reserves to take into account those considerations in terms of those things that we've now been faced with that we didn't experience before that. It's also important to note that through this disposition of this surplus that you see before you and the prior year surpluses that we have, increased the balances of some of our core reserves, and this will allow finance some flexibility in terms of applying some of these strategies towards these big reports that we have coming forward from a transportation master plan perspective and the updated LRP. So again, it's important to note that these reserves we've intentionally kind of built those up over the last number of years because we knew that we'll be coming back with revised reports specifically on core infrastructure in terms of the needs for the city as we move forward. So I'll now pass over to Isabel to go forward to the next slide, please.
Thanks, Cyril. En 2018, le Conseil a approuvé une nouvelle politique de gestion.
In 2018, the Council approved a new risk-based reserve management policy establishing a minimum and maximum target level for key discretionary reserves.
In 2018, Council approved a new risk-based reserve management policy establishing a minimum and maximum target level for key discretionary reserves: the Tax Stabilization Reserve, Transit Operating Reserve, Employee Benefit Reserve, and the Citywide Capital Reserve. The reserve management policy is reviewed on a regular basis and should be updated if there are any changes required in the risk framework, approach, and methodology. Since 2018, some of the city's operating risks have changed, particularly in relation to our experience with the pandemic and evolving understanding of the impacts of climate change. Based on the most recent review of the reserve policy, staff are recommending updates to the risk factors to be considered for the Tax Stabilization Reserve and the Citywide Capital Reserve. We didn't change the risk factors for transit operating, which is established based on financial trends. Since transit has seen large deficits each year since the pandemic, it has increased the minimum and maximum target balances that should be maintained to protect from ongoing fluctuations. We have added an extreme weather risk factor to the Tax Stabilization Reserve. The incremental cost for the city to respond to extreme weather events has exceeded $35 million between 2017 and 2023. It is recommended that the average annual incremental cost to respond to severe weather be used to set the minimum target for this risk factor, and the maximum be set at 2 times the minimum given the recent and projected trends of having more frequent and more intense weather. The Citywide Capital Reserve has an established minimum related to minimum average budget fluctuations, and what has been added is a maximum that aligns with the long-range financial plans. La réserve d'investissement d'actifs a un minimum.
Investment fund has a minimum established because of fluctuations in budgets. Maximum was added for the long-term view. Next slide.
So this table shows a total reserve balance at the end of 2024 of $496 million, including both discretionary and non-discretionary or restricted funds. The city's uncommitted reserve balance for all discretionary reserves is $457 million, constituting 9.3% of the city's total net expenditure budget of $4.9 billion for the 2025 budget. Staff recommend maintaining discretionary reserve balances based on best practices between a minimum of 8.5% of operating expenditures and a maximum of 12% based on best practices, which we continue to maintain. Next slide. As at the end of 2024, the Tax Stabilization Reserve is above the maximum target by $35.2 million. As an additional risk mitigation measure, the maximum target was also adjusted by a one-time amount of 36 million to offset the risk of a potential 2025 operating deficit for transit if funding from senior levels of government is not received. The transit operating reserve is below the minimum target and will need to be replenished in the next several years. The employee benefits reserve is just above the maximum level by just 4.2 million. This amount and the 35.2 million above target in the tax stabilization reserve will be reallocated based on the process described by Cyril. The citywide capital reserve is above the minimum required level, and the maximum will be established as part of the updated tax LRFP plan for July 2025. The last tax LRFP was approved in 2017, but it will be updated in 2025 in support of the asset management plans and the transportation master plan. Aligning the maximum reserve balance target with the capital needs in the upcoming tax LRFP will ensure that the city has sufficient funding and reserves to meet the asset renewal and growth capital funding requirements per the affordable plan established by the LRFP. Next slide. So on an annual basis, the city treasurer and CFO will present to council a report on the adequacy of forecasted reserves and a status report of reserve balances as part of the year-end disposition report. Recommendations for the reallocations and rebalancing of reserve balances below or above targets will be provided as part of the budget directions report to inform the annual budget process and/or as part of the updated LRFPs during each renewal cycle.
Recommendations for reallocation and rebalancing of reserves above and below the targets will be part of the report on budgetary directives and or in the LRFPs during each renewal cycle.
That concludes our presentation.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much. That was extremely useful. I appreciate the thorough explanation of the dispositions. Colleagues will know that while I don't feel that this council has made the right decisions in terms of adequately resourcing the city to build the kind of city we want, I know once the budget gets into staff's hands that our money is being prudently and cautiously and expertly handled. And I'm sorry, I don't have the number with respect to what the surplus represents this year. Is that a 1% variance or less than 1% variance off of budget?
Mr. Mayor, it's definitely less than 1% when you look at a $5 billion budget and technically $6 billion plus when you layer in the capital component.
Yep.
So it's definitely well below 1%.
Yeah, so it's that's great indication of the expert work that our staff do to very prudently manage the resources that have been entrusted to us. I didn't have any big questions for the report, but some very small things with respect on pages 11 and 12 to the surplus associated with the fleet maintenance in the emergency and protective services, as well as maintenance costs that I'm seeing as part of the reason for the deficit in parks and rec. Are those systemic deficits that we need to think about addressing through the budget process?
Mr. Mayor, on the EPS side for fire,
yeah,
what we've noticed in the past number of years is as we renew the fire fleet, technology is becoming much more complex on the units. So we're actually seeing more effort in terms of fixing a lot of the electronic components of the units. So in terms of electronic, rising the ladder, the pump trucks, all these technology things, that's where we're seeing more time and effort being on the maintenance side. So I wouldn't deem it systemic. I would deem it as transitional maybe. So something that we are looking at from a fleet perspective. Lila's working closely with Chief Hutt in terms of monitoring that, but definitely we will be moving towards truing that up where it is now a reoccurring thing.
Through the budget process, and ensuring that we have the correct amount. And then with respect to the Parks and Rec budget, there was a deficit, I think, in two areas. One of them was the programming area. And I'm wondering if the higher staff costs associated with that one is a systemic issue that we should be addressing in the budget. And then I didn't understand the second component of the deficit that was fairly significant, which was the business and technical services. I think there was a $1 million deficit in that area, and I'm wondering if that could be unpacked for me.
Mr. Mayor, on the park side, I wouldn't call it systemic. I would call it, again, The weather, obviously, as much as this winter season that was right before us drives a lot of the winter maintenance. Last year, we did see a lot of rain, and then we saw a lot of sunshine. So there was a lot more growth in terms of the grass and cutting. So vehicles tend to be more use. We're also still on the tail end of coming out of the pandemic with the supply chain issues in terms of there was a dip in 2021, 2022 in terms of how our life cycle plan was kind of flowing through. We couldn't actually get some vehicles because of the backlog of the pandemic. Unfortunately, looking forward, we're could be facing a similar issue as we talk with tariffs, but that's certainly something that we do monitor in terms of, is it core issues to adjust, or is it something that we can kind of phase in over time? We'll bring that back through the budget process. Okay. On the BTSS, I think you're talking about public works perspective, or was it the Parks and Recs? Sorry, I think the surplus there, I'll leave it to Dan, but it's mainly driven by vacancies, I believe.
Chair, a couple of things. One is sponsorship and advertising. It is one of the pieces that is still recovering, even though we are making some progress in bringing it back. There was a shortfall of almost $500,000 on that side of it, simply from things like our pouring rights with Coke expiring, and those are all things that need to be renewed post-pandemic. The other part is that a great number of staff in the BTSS are CIPP, and so there was a spread between the award that they got and the funding that was provided that shorted up. For the rest of the department, one of the key things, and as Cyril said, it's not systemic, but we did take on 5 facilities that we didn't operate before, and those were 4 shelters, the Kilbourne, St. Joseph, places like that, as well as 1 community building, Lower Town, all of which created new expenses and staffing pressures that were addressed through the 2025 budget that you approved in December, and that will be corrected for 2025, but in 2024 were a net payout without reimbursement in 2024.
Okay, no, and that is comforting to know that those look more like one-offs that have since been addressed through the budget process. So I appreciate that. On page 13, there was a deficit in the planning. I forget what we call it now. I'm the chair of the committee. That's awful. Planning and development and building services. There was a deficit associated with lower application fees that was managed partially through staffing shortages. What's going to happen when those applications start moving again? Are we going to be able to keep up with those?
Mr. Mayor, yes, we will. We are staffed up, so we will make sure that the files can continue through and be reviewed according to the timelines established.
Okay, so when this report comes forward next year, we shouldn't expect to see that that's a systemic issue with the deficit then.
The deficit comes from the applications, number of applications coming through, okay, rather than on the staff side.
Got it.
And Mr. Mayor, if you bear with me, historically, this area has typically been in a surplus. This is one of the first years in a number of years where they've actually dipped into a little bit of a deficit, mainly by the application volume decline.
Yeah, so we've dipped into I think the building code reserve in order to cover some of that.
If it's specifically to building code, but the other planning and permit fees would be not covered by the building code, but yes. Yeah.
Okay. And then finally on this one, the transit operating reserve, we're forecast at the end of the year to see, I think, 8.1 million as the closing balance. Is at the end of 2025, I believe. Is that on track?
Mr. Mayor, yes, it's on track for where we are today. Yes.
Okay. It's a very low number, obviously, but much of that will depend on the recovery of revenues and how much we have to dip into that clearly. So, okay, those were the questions I had on this report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I don't know if I should be asking the CFO or the city manager, but it's page 17. It's with regards to the rural roads 50 million. It says here that that agreement was executed on the 23rd of January of this year. Does that mean we received the full amount of the 50 million, or does that come in phase payments?
Mr. Mayor, so the way those agreements are kind of agreed to, if you will, is there's now deliverables. So each one of those TPAs, transfer payment agreements, comes with a deliverable. So from the rural roads perspective, is 10 million 24, 20 million 2025, 20 million 2026. Now we're into the agreement phase where we need to provide documentation and proof of completion. So the commitment is there. So as those projects kind of wrap up, we'll submit that information, that gets reviewed, and then the cash will actually flow over. That's the way those processes work.
I would also suggest that drivers in the rural area will know when the job is done. Are we using these funds to layer on top of the city's contribution to road renewal, or are we using this provincial funding as a substitute?
Mr. Mayor, so this agreement, as we spoke to last year, we brought this forward, this allowed us to do more. So, you know, for 2024, the budget was already approved. So that money was already earmarked from existing budget, in which case, if we receive that 10 million tomorrow, that goes into our reserve, which we're showing that balance in our citywide capital reserve. And that'll be a strategy we can leverage now to address the overall long-range financial plan for that infrastructure. Going forward in 2025, we were able to take that provincial money to substitute so we can extend our dollars more overall across the capital envelope.
All right, thank you very much. And then a couple quick questions on transit. How many years has our transit budget been in deficit?
Mr. Mayor, prior to 2020, most years, I think we're leveraging around a very small $1, $2, $3 million deficit. As we went into 2020, obviously the first year of the pandemic, there was a bigger deficit in that year. In 2021, we actually had a surplus because of the provincial funding that we had. So we're able to leverage those funding for that. It's also important to note that this funding, the surplus on the investment side of the equation, I talked about the rates and then the bank balances. One of the main drivers why our bank balances were higher throughout the year was because of the delay in opening the new lines of transit. So all those costs and milestone payments, we could hold on throughout the year, which allowed us to invest that. So even though, you know, the investment income from an accounting perspective is captured on the citywide services side, that needs to go into the tax stabilization reserve because of the process. And now we're taking that out to fund transit, but technically a good component of the investment income was driven by transit's holdback of expenditures that we can kind of keep the cash longer.
No, that makes sense. I'm assuming though that the holdback funds don't entirely offset the transit deficit. No, I wouldn't think so. When we move forward each year and start planning for the next budget, do we ever look to recoup some of those tax stabilization reserve transfers in the next year's fare? Or do we just say that's the cost of doing business and move on?
Mr. Mayor, from a year-end perspective, it kind of flows out. That's how we kind of close it. We don't layer that into a plan to recoup that from this surplus. Again, it's part of the disposition of the final surpluses.
All right, thank you. And moving forward, if we're going to keep suffering, you know, these deficits year after year after year, will it be staff's intention to come forward and recommend that we start increasing the fares at a higher percentage, not only to ensure we don't end the year with a deficit, but to get back to the council approved funding model of 55 to 45?
Mr. Mayor, this solution before you is dealing with 2024. All the extensive work that we're doing with the transit working group, which continues to be looking at scenarios. We talk about the transit return to financial sustainability, you know, the 8% increase this year. That's all in the plan. We're not factoring in a plan to dip into our reserves year over year as a placeholder. The plan is to get back to transit financial sustainability, and transit financial sustainability is a component of the tax levy, the fares, support from upper levels, and all the other tools that we're trying to get in our toolbox.
All right, thank you very much. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Gower.
Thanks, Mayor. On the severe weather being added as the risk factor in the tax stabilization reserve and the 5.1 million minimum, What are the main factors that are contributing to that incremental cost that we're seeing?
So we based it on historical trends. And so when we looked at how much we've spent so far on floods, derecho, it was 35 million since 2017 that we'd spent. So it's an average about $10 million a year. So we want to make sure we put that money aside for any fluctuations going forward. And if those costs increase, then the trend will increase. And all these reserves are based on trends.
And would that largely though be from like public works, like forestry and, okay, yes, okay. And is it above and beyond what we've usually considered for winter, for snow clearing?
Mr. Mayor, for winter operations, again, we do that, it's all about trend, right? So if you look at 2024, we had a little bit of a surplus in winter operations, believe it or not. As you came to work this morning, you think that we had winter for 12 months of the year these days. So again, it's always about the variability, lumps and bumps in the seasonality of it. So that's how we kind of factored in. And that's why we're going to be reporting on these as we go forward in terms of, typically I like to say, if I see a reoccurring 3-year thing, now it's time to start really, layering that into deeper analysis as opposed to a one-off in a 1-year seasonality approach.
Okay, and that trend line, is it net of any provincial or federal contributions that we might get for relief of our costs? I don't even know if that would apply over the last few years, but.
Mr. Mayor, from a winter operations, no, but from a severe weather perspective, we haven't gotten much, unfortunately. So it really is our true cost.
Okay, thank you. And then on the Building Faster Fund, which is contingent on number of units, what are the implications if we don't meet those targets, and how are we mitigating any potential loss of revenue we might be expecting?
Mr. Mayor, that is something that we are looking at, and looking at contingency plans to ensure that we're able to advance the projects that are receiving funds. And then there's work through initiatives such as the Housing Task Force to accelerate production and look at other solutions that would help ensure that we're achieving those targets.
And I know we are not the only city that has had some challenges in the last year. I assume the provincial government has already budgeted for the Building Faster Fund. Do we have any signal yet if they'll be adjusting the targets downwards or any changes there?
We haven't received any signals that way. The only communication we've received most recently is to let us know that they are assessing the performance of the municipalities, and will communicate shortly.
Okay, thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. The line with respect to the elected official deficit, there's a footnote that indicates higher benefit costs and I think professional services. Can staff just confirm that no elected member's office budget exceeded the amounts provided to that budget? My understanding is we're not allowed to run a deficit, so I'm seeking clarification.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. There were no individual office budgets that went over budget.
So the deficit was created by non-office expenditures?
Mr. Mayor, and the benefit costs. So again, we look at historical trends and benefits, and we obviously use our benefit rate table. But if there is changes in terms of salary scales and the implication of the corresponding benefit component, that could lead to shifts in how we budget, but we review that on an annual basis.
Okay, thank you. And just going back to transit real quick, the 2021 surplus that the city treasurer just mentioned, it was due to the fact that municipalities were struggling under COVID. Our ridership numbers and revenues were way down, and we received basically stabilization grants from province and or feds. I just want to make sure that's what created the surplus in 2021.
Mr. Mayor, yes, that is correct. And I will add, that allowed us to take that surplus forward to help address that continued impact in 2022 of the reduced ridership.
Okay. And so in more recent years, my struggle with the transit budgets has been, we have unrealistically estimated ridership and ridership fares. So that's something I've pushed back on every year, is that we're presented budgets that have not reflected the current reality. And so we've passed budgets, or the majority of council have passed those budgets, but at the end of the year, we see these significant deficits. So to Councillor Brown's point, we do need to get to a point where we have stability with our financial situation and not generate historic deficits year after year. But I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Okay, anything else? Is the item carried? Thank you. Moving to item 5.1, which is the Office of the City Clerk 2024 Annual Report. I know there was a delegation on this from Carolyn McKenzie. Is Ms. McKenzie online? Okay. I understand that the delegate is not online.
Mr. Mayor, I understand
Yes.
the delegation may not be online. I note I've been in touch with the delegation, as has staff, with regard to the matter she had raised in her written submission earlier today.
Okay, thank you. In that case, is the item carried? Oh, sorry, Councillor Brockington, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one question for staff. First of all, thank you for the report, which I read. Document 6 has a report with respect to the MFIPA requests that we receive from the public. And I just had one question for the city clerk, if I may. Her report has a number of tables that break down the types of requests that are received. We receive inquiries about personal information about employees, as well as requests coming from businesses. These are two separate issues I'm raising, but I'm trying to do them all at once. So what types or themes of questions relating to personal information of employees are being asked? And then what types of requests from businesses are being requested? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have the manager of governance, elected officials, and business support services, Kyle Anderson, with me, who oversees the Access to Information and Privacy Office. I will note that in the report, we do track information requests with respect to general records and personal information separately. So general records includes when a requester is asking for general information or information that includes personal information on others. A personal information request is when the requester or their authorized representative is asking for information about their own information. And I'll ask Kyle to elaborate with respect to your other question.
So, Mr. Mayor, on the difference between personal and general information requests for examples, an example of a personal information request would be if I'm looking for my own Ontario Works file. So if I wanted to obtain that from CSSD, I would file the access to information request. General would be for like business requests that you were seeking information on. That might be planning related. Could be a developer that's looking for information from the city, or someone who went through the procurement process and maybe wasn't successful. They might be submitting a request for some of the tender information.
I appreciate that explanation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Menard.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to say thank you to the clerk's office for the role they've been playing with this new term of council. A lot of big changes happened at the beginning of the term, obviously, and you've been doing a fantastic job. So thanks so much for your support of councillors and the public on that issue of the resident just asking a question. Thank you so much for getting back to them. Just want to clarify, they will receive the information they've requested in a timely manner in the near future.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, my understanding is that if they've not done so already, the Director of Asset Management is reaching out to the resident with the information
They requested if an offer to follow up if there's additional information that they're looking for.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. Was that carried? All right, moving on to item 6.2, municipal land strategy. I know there's a technical amendment and a direction to staff, but there's a, what's that? Sorry, yes, 6.1. Sorry, I jumped over 6.1. All right, let's do 6.1, the economic development strategy and action plan implementation update. And we do have a presentation from staff, followed by some delegations.
Good morning,
Yeah,
Mayor and
good
members
morning.
of committee.
There's
Thank
lots
you
of
for-
room on this side, so it's good that you're over here.
Lots of space. Thank you for the opportunity to provide you with an update on the city's economic development strategy and action plan. This plan was approved by council just 1 year ago, and we're happy to provide you update on the progress of the plan. The information report focuses on key highlights and activities underway as part of the economic development strategy. Additionally, we will be providing you with an update on progress and accomplishments of 2 of the important branches within economic development services. So the Nightlife Commissioner Office, as well as the Byward Market Public Realm Office. Given the high level of interest from residents and businesses and others within the community, today's presentation will also clarify the role of the Nightlife Commissioner, as well as speak to the work that he's advanced in the 9 months since he has joined the city. I'm going to pass the rest of the presentation over to Shayla Doherty, who is the Director of Economic Development Services. She will deliver the presentation. Shayla is accompanied by Mathieu Grondin, who is on hand to answer any questions related to Nightlife Economy Action Plan. Next slide, please, and next slide again. Can move to the next slide. Thank you, Debbie. So the Economic Development Strategy and Action Plan supports the term of council priority, a city with a diversified and prosperous economy, and provides a flexible framework to guide the city's economic growth, diversification, prosperity, and resiliency. A vision statement and guiding principles were created to guide the development of the strategy and provide a lens for economic implications and opportunities. 7 strategic priority areas and a series of actions provide focus as we work to enhance Ottawa's competitiveness, reputation, and quality of life. An update on strategy implementation is to be delivered to committee annually, and this is the first one of these updates. Next slide, please. So shortly after the strategy was approved, our work plan was modified to capitalize on 2 opportunities to leverage and accelerate planned work. As part of the Ontario-Ottawa Agreement, the province is providing the city with $18.5 million over 3 years to support downtown revitalizations. Projects include high-impact public realm improvements to enhance downtown, funding for the Byward Market Public Realm Plan, marketing of downtown to promote economic activity, the implementation of the Downtown Action Agenda, and funding for community and business safety initiatives through the Somerset West Community Health Centre. As council is aware, the city is also working with Bloomberg Associates over several projects across multiple departments. In economic development, we are benefiting directly from Bloomberg's subject matter expertise, global cities experience, and data-informed approach to the projects noted on the slide. Next slide, please. So our staff report includes a summary of key economic development projects, programs, and initiatives underway to address the priorities and actions in the economic development strategy. We have selected a few highlights that will be included in today's presentation. So as outlined in this strategy, we have the small business needs assessment. Supported by Bloomberg, staff are working on an assessment of the small business ecosystem in Ottawa with the goal of identifying barriers to business growth and prosperity with a focus on challenge experienced by Main Street businesses, Indigenous, racialized, and Francophone businesses.
This work will conclude later this spring and will be followed by a plan to address actionable recommendations, such as improving business resources and making it easier for businesses to navigate licensing and permitting. Recently, Mayor Sutcliffe convened his Economic Council to discuss the implications of tariffs on the local economy, businesses, and residents. As a result of these discussions, staff developed a tariff toolkit on ottawa.ca and initiated a Shop Local, Buy Canadian campaign to mobilize residents and engage and encourage continued support for local and national businesses. To facilitate the delivery of a program commemorating the 200th anniversary of the finding of Bytown in 2026 and Byward Market in 2027, a temporary position has been established within economic development. The city is partnering with Ottawa Tourism and will be co-chaired by the 200th Anniversary Celebration Committee, co-chaired by the Mayor and Ottawa Tourism. A program overview of key dates and a visual identity are in development for review by the Advisory Committee, and a subsequent communication to Council and the community will take place in Q3. As part of the talent priority in the strategy, staff undertook a labor market study in 2024 to inform talent attraction and retention efforts. The work examined Ottawa's ability to attract, retain, develop, and compete for talent, and examined workforce needs up to 2035. Next steps include validating the study's findings and developing a tactical plan that will help the city better attract, develop, retain a diverse workforce to enhance our economic competitiveness. A new economic development dashboard is currently being finalized to replace the quarterly economic update that comes to this committee via IPD. The dashboard will provide timely and relevant data on the local labor force, real estate, livability, and now with a new focus on downtown. Next slide, please. The post-pandemic adoption of remote and hybrid work models have had a serious impact on the commercial vibrancy of downtown, with declines in office occupancy and footfall exacerbated by street-level issues. To mitigate these implications and ensure future resiliency, a diversity of economic activity, including residential and institutional, are required. In May 2024, the Ottawa Board of Trade developed and released the report known as the Downtown Action Agenda. It outlines a vision for downtown Ottawa with specific deliverables organized around 16 actions and 60 steps to implementation. The report provides a framework for action to transform downtown and aligns with the city's strategic plan and our economic development strategy. Economic development is currently engaged in 4 downtown projects. The Downtown Vibrancy Office is led by the Ottawa Board of Trade and is supported by partners, including the city, through Ontario-Ottawa Agreement funding. The city is represented at this office and through this plan through the Downtown Champions Table by our city manager and through economic development at the implementation table. The Arts, Culture, or ACE District is identified as a catalytic move within the Downtown Ottawa Action Agenda. With funding support, again through the Ottawa-Ontario Agreement, a framework will be developed this year with a launch in 2026. The goal of this initiative is to increase visitation and economic activity by promoting downtown as a destination for arts, culture, and entertainment. The city is also implicated in many of the actions outlined in the Downtown Ottawa Action Agenda. Economic development is establishing a cross-departmental tactical team of subject matter experts who meet regularly to share updates on downtown projects with the information rolled up to the Downtown Vibrancy Office and the Champions and Implementation Table. The Ottawa-Ontario Agreement also includes funding in 2025 and 2026 for marketing downtown. Staff are looking to partner to leverage this funding with our partners and deliver an impactful marketing campaign targeted to residents and visitors that highlights the unique attributes of downtown Ottawa. Lastly, the city was a successful applicant to the 12 Global City cohort of the Leading Economic Development Cities program offered by Harvard and Bloomberg. As a challenge-based program, the city identified over-reliance, amplified by the pandemic, on the federal government as a primary driver of economic activity, employment, real estate, and downtown vibrancy. Following in-depth work and analysis, we are currently exploring growth opportunities in new and advancing sectors such as aerospace and defense, life sciences, and clean tech. And while sector diversification is very much a citywide opportunity, the challenge and the work and the emphasis of this work is on downtown. Next slide, please. So looking beyond downtown to other areas of opportunity in the city, staff work regularly to support citywide economic growth through all areas of the city, aligning opportunity with business needs and relevant economic assets of our rural, urban, and suburban areas. As directed by Council, staff is undertaking the following actions and projects aligned with our economic development strategy. The official plan designates 2 special economic districts, Canada North and the airport. This reflects their significance in shaping the city's identity and role in advancing economic growth. Staff is working to develop an action plan for both these districts, beginning with Canada North, where work is currently underway. Economic Development Services is also working to develop a tactical plan for Orleans that leverages the integrated Orleans CIP, the Orleans Corridor Secondary Plan, and investments in Stage 2 LRT. And later this year, staff will begin the process to update the 2022 Rural Economic Development Strategy with a continued emphasis on delivering a supportive environment for rural businesses, rural tourism, and agriculture. Next slide, please. So moving on to the Nightlife Commissioner update. The Nightlife Economy Action Plan was approved by Council in May 2023 and includes 10 recommendations for implementation during this term of Council. These recommendations lay the foundation for future growth, recognizing that the nightlife economy contributes important economic, societal, and cultural benefits to the city. All 10 recommendations are either complete or underway. It's important to note that some of the initiatives are ongoing and will live beyond the completion of the current action plan and form the basis of a refreshed strategy during the next term of Council. Next slide, please. The Nightlife Economy Action Plan contemplated a phased approach to implementation, with economic development initiating specific recommendations, including the establishment of the Nightlife Commissioner Office, securing Council's approval for a new permanent staff position, and managing the recruitment process to hire the city and indeed Canada's first Nightlife Commissioner. The Nightlife Commissioner was announced in June 2024, garnering significant interest from local, national, and international media. With support from colleagues across the corporation, as well as stakeholders in the broader nightlife community, the Nightlife Commissioner has made significant progress in implementing the action plan recommendations. The staff report provides significant details and examples of his work over the last 9 months. One important achievement was the establishment of the Nightlife Council. As a department-led working group, the Nightlife Council was established in November and is composed of 18 members. 6 seats are allocated to economic development and cultural organizations, while the remaining 12 are filled by at-large members who were selected through a public recruitment process that received over 500 online applications. The Nightlife Council has already met 3 times over the past 4 months and is providing helpful feedback to Mathieu in support of his work and the Nightlife Economy Action Plan. Next slide, please. There are several other recommendations and initiatives underway, and many of them are listed here. The Nightlife Commissioner will launch a new brand and website later this spring to highlight nightlife venues, attractions, and experiences to help increase the visibility of nightlife product for residents and visitors. This website will host a resource center for nightlife businesses, organizations, and participants, including information on city business licensing and permitting. The next one is the Nightlife Safety Plan, which will be designed for participants, workers, and businesses, and it is a key recommendation in the Nightlife Economy Action Plan. The purpose of this plan is to ensure that everybody involved in Ottawa's nightlife economy can engage in healthy, responsible, and safe nightlife experiences. The plan will leverage international best practices and existing industry, and city programs. The Nightlife Commissioner is already engaged with OPH, Ottawa Police Services, and other stakeholders to begin assembling content for this website. The Nightlife Council's expertise will also be leveraged, and the goal is to launch the plan in late Q3 of this year with a citywide awareness campaign that focuses on reaching post-secondary students and young adults in the back-to-school period. The Nightlife Commissioner is also participating with the Ottawa Music Industry Coalition during the inaugural Capital Music Week to host the Canada After Dark Forum. This two-day event will bring together national and local municipal officials, subject matter experts, and industry leaders to discuss best practices. Two smaller initiatives facilitated by the Nightlife Commissioner in collaboration with our partners include a nighttime ambassador program pilot in the Byward Market, modeled after the Good Nights Out program in Vancouver, and Les Veilleurs de la Nuit in Montreal, and a downtown placemaking initiative to help animate a vacant lot downtown with live music, food, and more. Next slide, please. So moving on to our Byward Market update. So as part of the realignment, the organizational realignment last year and the creation of the Strategic Initiatives Department, the Byward Market Public Realm Office was moved to Economic Development to align with our Economic Development Strategy and Action Plan. This office was established in 2023 to revitalize public spaces within the market, and their work is guided by the council-approved Byward Market Public Realm Plan. The Byward Market Office is the liaison between the Byward Market District Authority and City Services to ensure compliance with the Service and Asset Management Agreement, which was executed in June of last year. A significant achievement for this office was the creation of an integrated operations team to support the Byward Market District Authority. This cross-departmental team works collaboratively with the Byward Market District Authority on proactive and enhanced service delivery to elevate day-to-day visitor experiences through programming, the activation of public spaces, and higher standards of maintenance and cleanliness. Next slide, please. The Byward Market Public Realm Office has several projects underway as previously directed by Council. They include William Street and Byward Market streetscape renewal and a feasibility analysis through the creation of York Street Plaza and the redevelopment of 70 Clarence, the municipal parking garage. As part of the Ontario-Ottawa Agreement, the city is receiving $11.8 million to undertake the detailed design of the streetscaping work on William Street and Byward Market Square, and that funding will also include the William Street segment, which will be completed in 2026 in advance of the Byward Market's 200th anniversary. As I shared just a few seconds ago, the team is also undertaking a feasibility analysis to evaluate and understand the technical, financial, and phased aspects of a potential destination building at 70 Clarence, also looking at replacement parking options and a reimagined plaza on York Street, as well as the rehabilitation of the market building located by 55 Byward. This update, or an update on these projects, is anticipated to be brought forward to Council in early 2026. And that concludes our presentation and an overview of the work of Economic Development Services, Nightlife, and the Byward Market Public Realm Office. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much for the presentation. We do have some delegations this morning, so we'll go to those next, starting with Catherine Callery from Ottawa Tourism. Morning, Catherine.
There we go. Thank you, Your Worship and councillors, for having me today. My name is Catherine Callery, and I'm here in my capacity as a representative of Ottawa Tourism and our belief in and support of the growth and the strengthening of Ottawa's nightlife economy. In the audience today is my team member, Kaylee Alexander, who is Ottawa Tourism's representative on the Nightlife Council. There's Kaylee right there. Our engagement with the Nightlife Commissioner has been well aligned with the mandate of Ottawa Tourism to generate travel desire to our city, to our great city. There's a lot of synergy here in that the recommendations included in the Nightlife Economy Action Plan align well with the objectives of Ottawa's Destination Stewardship Plan, which is our city's 10-year tourism roadmap, as well as with other efforts to revitalize Ottawa's downtown that we're also very much engaged in with the Ottawa Board of Trade and other partners. Les villes à travers le monde se sont plus en plus conscients de la valeur.
Cities around the world understand the strategic value of nightlife, and Ottawa is not an exception to this rule, given that 80% of municipalities also have this position.
It's easy to see the gap between the daytime and the nighttime spending as an opportunity for growth. Discerning the barriers to achieving the vision in the Nightlife Economy Action Plan takes some time. As an organization that supports this work, we know this. What I want to focus on today is why it's important for our community, media, leadership, and nightlife stakeholders to take a longer-term view. Many cities worldwide have made great strides in cultivating this economic activity through the strategic appointment of roles like night czars, night mayors, nightlife commissioners, and other similar positions. These roles focus on developing vibrant nightlife ecosystems, ensuring that these activities are beneficial to residents and businesses alike. Ce poste est clé pour améliorer les
This is key to improve and to ensure collaboration amongst partners to ensure that nightlife be something that is alive and beneficial.
We're seeing similar positions being implemented worldwide, and I've brought 3 examples today to show for background on the achievements that they've had in their cities after a little bit more time in the saddle than the Ottawa office has had. In Philadelphia, the Nightlife Office was established in 2018 to act as a liaison between nightlife businesses, city agencies, and residents, advocating for the policies that support safe and thriving nightlifes. The office has succeeded in facilitating extended operating hours and attracting new cultural events, which in turn have fueled the business growth in the late night sector. Pittsburgh was an early adopter in recognizing the importance of the after dark economy, and it appointed its nighttime economy manager in 2013. Since then, this position has been instrumental in building relationships with local businesses and ensuring that the nightlife activities align with the needs of the community. In creating its responsible hospitality plan, Pittsburgh helped its businesses thrive while maintaining public safety, which is a model that we can learn from as Ottawa grows its own nighttime sector. And finally, Boston appointed its nightlife economy director in 2021. Tasked with overseeing the city's nighttime activities, this role has already led to a more coordinated approach and to expanding public transportation options for late night workers and visitors and improving safety measures in nightlife zones. My point being, these are examples of wins that have each taken their time. These roles are not about being figureheads, but rather voices at City Hall for advocating for regulatory matters with dedicated influence and persuasion and persuasiveness. It's about building a strong foundation with operators to develop a dynamic city that reflects the diversity and energy of our community, and collaborating with multiple stakeholders to join that momentum. So in closing, Ottawa Tourism will continue to embrace the opportunities that our nightlife economy and office are presenting. Cities around the world have seen the benefits of similar offices, and I'm confident that Ottawa and our nightlife commissioner are on the right path to bring Ottawa to be a competitive destination in the global nightlife economy. Thank you and merci.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dudas.
Thank you very much, Catherine. I have a question for you. So I like to travel. I travel quite a bit. And, you know, night markets, festivals, activities, you're out and about. A lot of the places I tend to travel are warmer than Ottawa, which gives them a bit of an advantage. They can have these as permanent and stable attractions for residents as well as visitors. What do you view as the market for attracting visitors to Ottawa based on nighttime potential? Is it something that we can use to market? mean, whether or not it's winter or summer, how much money would that attract to our city in terms of being able to leverage evening, nighttime activities?
Thanks for that question, Councillor Dudas and Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I see the opportunity with, well, I mentioned earlier in my testimony that the report does show that discrepancy between spending in the daytime and the nighttime economies. And whenever we have events like, Winterlude, the Ottawa Christmas Market, which operate also into the evening times and the evening hours, that does generate a lot of visitation, both local and visitors, to those areas, and then they spill out and they eat at the restaurants or have a drink at a bar afterwards, or go to a show, those types of things, which are also all part of the nightlife economy. So we promote all of those things within Ottawa Tourism, within our both on our website for people who are looking to plan out their trips and have a sense of what's going on in the city. So we would work closely with this office in identifying those things. And definitely festivals are part of that as well. So all of these things, all of these components of Ottawa's offer to visitors are important for ensuring that visitors have a great time in Ottawa and go back and speak highly of it and want to return as well.
One of the things that I was really pleased to see in this report was that, there's a belief that we're bouncing back. We've bounced back significantly from the pandemic. We're making huge inroads. I was so pleased to see that at the airport, just I think this past Monday, we've launched the connection to London, which is huge. And I can't wait to see more of those international connections flying straight out of Ottawa. From Ottawa Tourism's perspective, how are we faring in terms of, not just recovery from the pandemic, but growing our tourism sector, and maybe in comparison to other jurisdictions, national capitals that are of a comparable size?
Yeah, great question as well. I think the right way to answer it, there's a couple of different ways. One is that in terms of our travel demand, 2024 was up over 2023, and we're seeing about a comparable 2025 into our future bookings, like looking at the summer, despite all of the news that's going on. So we're anticipating a good and stable continued recovery. It's not quite up to 2019 travel demand yet. That said, there are ways to grow it, and there are ways to grow in a more equitable manner, and ways to grow in a manner where different stakeholders in our community who, for example, nightlife stakeholders whose livelihoods depend on activities in the evening time, that they can also continue to grow. And so we can grow back that demand in a more equitable way. But all in all, we've seen a very strong return back for tourism. Travel demand is looking good. Tourism continues to be, we just undertook our latest economic impact of study for tourism, and it is showing that we have 9.8 million visitors per year that are coming to Ottawa, and that's based on post-pandemic numbers. So this is very, very good news. They're spending $2.6 billion in our city in visitor spending. So that's the sector where we can grow that number by supporting the nightlife economy as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Dudas. Councillor Brockington.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you for your delegation this morning. You introduced yourself as a rep from Ottawa Tourism. Can you just clarify, are you an employee?
I am, of course.
Okay.
I am the Vice President of Destination Development at Ottawa Tourism.
Thank you. Within the last year, what new initiatives or actions has Ottawa Tourism initiated with respect to the nightlife tourism?
Yeah, we've initiated several new experiences. So for one thing, we are collaborating on the Nightlife Council. We have a representative who is our Director of Experience Development at Ottawa Tourism, who is on the Nightlife Council. So she's looking to contribute input and positively on the experience development side of things. We've also collaborated with the office on the marketing side, looking at ways to better position and promote nightlife activities that are in Ottawa, both on our website and our various social media handles, and outreaches to, or like, for example, consumer emailers and those types of things. We are also active with the Canada After Dark Forum that is going to be taking place in May. So we're going to be taking part in that in an active way. And we've supported the Nightlife Economy Action Plan and the development of that to ensure that there was a tourism lens that was layered on top of that. So we've been collaborating with the Economic Development Office on that as well. So all of these different facets are continuing as well. They're not sort of done and dusted. We're continuing those activities and are looking to support it in every way that we can.
The work on the Nightlife Council, do you envision Ottawa tourism identifying gaps in this city if you compare us to other cities, sort of similar to Councillor Dudas's question about, you know, City X offers these types of opportunities. We don't see those here in Ottawa, even though we're a million people, almost 10 million visitors. I'm just trying to wrap my head around what role tourism is playing on these task force or on these bodies.
Yeah, great question. We absolutely are identifying gaps. And in fact, we've got a lot of work that is undertaken all the time, whether on the nightlife side of things or not, in terms of gap identification in our experiences, also an inventory of the experiences that we do have so that we have a solid understanding of what Ottawa is offering to its visitors. So yes, that work is underway, and we have a few projects actually underway with the Nightlife Council on the nightlife side of things with regard to gaps in the market that we can work on together. But also from the marketing standpoint and the way that we promote and talk about Ottawa as a destination to bring visitors here. And so that's another layer that we would add to the overall council.
Okay, thank you. And more broadly, we've seen reports that Canadian travel to the United States is down anywhere from 10 to 40%, depending what the source is. Is Ottawa tourism considering a targeted campaign to, at very least, Canadians who would substitute American travel for domestic, to, in addition to all the marketing and outreach that you do already? But there really is an opportunity here with a short timeline before people book their vacations or other events to come to Ottawa, the National Capital Region, that our industry is still hurting. And I'm not sure, I haven't heard from Ottawa Tourism in this regard. So is there anything you can share about specific, you know, in response to the tariff crisis, campaigns to attract even more people to come to Ottawa?
Yeah, it's a very good point. The good thing about our marketing is that it is very flexible and nimble in order to make shifts. It's a very quickly changing landscape, of course. As you mentioned, there's reports of 10%, 40%. There was a recent report of a 70% decrease, which has been walked back since then. But there's no question that Canadians are looking to travel domestically. The context is that Ottawa, our current market is about 90% domestic. Of that 90%, the vast majority is also within our drive market. So we are marketing to those areas very actively. We continue to do that. We are also continuing our marketing efforts internationally because of our new UK flight that just started yesterday. And of course, the successful Air France flight that we still have as well from Charles de Gaulle to Ottawa. And then, of course, still in the United States as well. So we have the ability to adjust our marketing plans and to be nimble where we need to be. And absolutely, the Canadian domestic market makes up a big portion of our focus.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Hi, Catherine. Good to see you as always. I'm glad you mentioned the role that the nightlife commissioner, or whatever the similar term was, is in Boston, advocating for public transit in order to facilitate the nightlife economy. And that's something I'm looking forward to chatting with staff about when we get there. I don't know if you saw a Reddit post a night or so ago, but an American visitor to town used the LRT, raved about it to get to Tunney's pasture area, played at West Park bowling lanes for some 5-pin, enjoyed shooting some pool at the Mighty Carlton. Just a great tourism story, and came away from our city with a great view. So I guess the two questions that I wanted to ask you are, one, how important is transit and ensuring that that is good to ensuring that we have a vibrant nightlife economy that caters to tourists? And secondly, I wanted to ask you, you've done some work with respect to gap identification. What are some of the gaps that you've identified to serving tourists who want to partake in a nightlife economy here in Ottawa?
Thanks, Councillor Leeper. Absolutely on that. So for your first question on transportation, that is a fundamental aspect of our visitors' experience when they come to our city. Just like any of us, when we go to other cities and we're using their public transit, the experiences that we have, that you have as a traveler, those are things that you bring back with you. Was it easy to get around and see the things that you wanted to see? So definitely that's a factor of our tourism makeup. It's not just something that residents enjoy, but it's also something for visitors. And I'm happy that you mentioned the Reddit post. That is our experience as well in terms of the positivity and the experiences that people have when they come to Ottawa as visitors. We have to remember that they're coming to our city because they want to experience the best of our city, and they are going to shows and dining out at restaurants and going to festivals, going to our markets, using our public transportation. They are contributing to our economy in all of these different ways, and they're ready to do that and happy to do that. So this is a little bit of a different maybe take from a resident perspective, where there's a day-to-day commute involved. Understanding that there can be frustrations with a day-to-day commute. By and large, from the visitor perspective, they're coming, they're enjoying our city, and that it's just a very different frame of reference. So I think we have to remember that as residents, that when we're interacting with visitors, they are here and they're enjoying our city and they're wanting to enjoy our city. So they want us as residents to amplify that. And that's always appreciated when we see that happening. You had another question.
Gaps. What are some of the top line items that you see that we're missing?
Yeah, I mean, some of the gaps that we're looking at are vis-a-vis the federal experience with the construction that's taking place on Parliament Hill. There are, for example, the Sound and Light Show was very popular in the summertime. That is not possible now due to construction. So we're looking at ways to support an experience that could maybe not replace that, because but be a different experience. That's still a federal experience in the evening. So, and that's one of those things that we look to different cities, but also each city is its own vibe and its own makeup. So sometimes you can't compare Ottawa directly to another city, because there are things that are going to work here that won't work in other cities, and vice versa. But it's certainly something that we can use the success of other cities and utilize that to find ways to fill those gaps. So that's an example.
The St. Patrick's Day parade did not move forward this year because of the costs associated with security. And I think we all understand the logistics challenges that are posed by large participation events. Many of the events that we count on don't have national sponsors and probably won't have national sponsors to offset fairly heavy security costs. Are you concerned at all that that vibrant festival scene here in Ottawa may be diminished as a result of mounting logistics costs?
The festivals are certainly under a lot of strain from different elements. There's less provincial funding that's coming in. There's challenges with corporate sponsorships as well post-pandemic that have shifted a little bit. So there's certainly things that festival operators are seeing mounting costs because of inflation on things and reductions maybe in support. So we are hearing that, and that is certainly something that is on our radar, and that we've been advocating at various levels of government to get an understanding of what the festivals are facing, and yet the vibrancy that they bring in, and the visitors, the time-bound reasons to travel for visitors when they have a festival to go to.
The costs associated with logistics in the context of a municipal budget are relatively small. And I think this council needs to think about how we're going to ensure that those events continue moving forward because of the economic impact that they have. So I appreciate your answer to that. Those are my questions, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Catherine, for coming out. One of the stereotypes of Ottawa is that it's a great place to raise a family, and then people yawn that it's not much more. But I think that's actually a strong point of Ottawa, that it's got a lot of things that appeal to families, which can appeal in tourism. And you just like our list of events that are successful, Winterlude, etc., attract families, and they can be nighttime events, including the night market and other things. And are we looking to grow on this? Because one of the things that I've been approached by is having like a night bike ride, which is something that's been very successful in Montreal, for example. And it's all about safety and having a healthy item. And I think that's one thing I hear all the time is the fact that we have bike paths. And I'm assuming we're going to work really hard to have a good relationship with the NCC, since we rely on them for that. Is this a direction that we can look at for tourism?
So cycling, thank you for the question. Cycling is definitely an asset for Ottawa. We've got 800 kilometers of dedicated cycling trails and paths in Ottawa that are absolutely a wonderful way to experience the city. And for families, a lot of those paths are away from roads as well. So a safe way to experience the city. Family product in general is definitely one of our key target markets. We have identified several target markets, and the family travelers are certainly one of them. Museums have family product. Our National Arts Center has family product. Our children's festival is turning 40 this year. So there's a lot of family products that we currently have that we market. Absolutely, if we can grow that in the after hours evening evening time frame, that would be quite interesting, because families will go out for dinner, and then if there's something to hold them downtown and undertaking economic activity in the downtown or elsewhere in the city, that would definitely be something that they would enjoy, and we would be able to support, so or promote rather. So that's interesting. Thank you.
Do you like the concept of a night ride? I've seen it in Montreal, and it's great, and it attracts a wide variety of people and promotes safety, etc., and can be well integrated into our across our city and show people new communities.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Catherine. Appreciate it. We'll move next to Aaron Benjamin from the Canadian Live Music Association. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, councillors. Aaron Benjamin, President and CEO of the Canadian Live Music Association. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to all of you today. It was actually May 2023 when I last appeared in support of the then proposed Nightlife Economy Action Plan. And at that time, I referred to it as a bold, achievable plan with appropriate recommendations and realistic, quantifiable next steps. So I wanted to come back today to recognize the work that's been done and emphasize, no matter what challenges may lie ahead, why I feel this work remains so crucial for the city. Acknowledging that there are many industries and sectors that intersect with the nightlife economy, not just music, I would like to share that in January this year, the Canadian Live Music Association released the first ever economic impact analysis of Canada's live music industry. What we found was that live music is contributing almost 11 billion to our GDP, creating over 100,000 jobs and attracting more than 19 million visitors. By way of a quick comparison, Canada's fisheries generates about 32,000 jobs and contributes approximately 2.6 billion to GDP, and Canada's automotive industry creates about 240,000 and contributes approximately 14 billion to GDP, just for some context. Our data is pre-Taylor Swift Eras Tour, by the way, and these are the numbers we get when we combine live music with tourism. And when you do that, you get music tourism. Music tourism is the act of consuming music in a place at least 40 kilometers away from where you live. Despite global uncertainty, music tourism remains one of the fastest growing sectors in tourism globally, with a projected compounded annual growth rate of 10%. Visitors often travel long distances to experience unique performances, extending their stays and spending more in the process. In the US, music tourism contributes over 38 billion annually, with live music events accounting for a significant share of that spending. In other words, this is more than just a trend. Music tourism is reshaping local economies and fueling tourism growth. And speaking of local, as we heard, Ottawa has an ambitious downtown action plan, 40,000 more people living downtown by 2034. An essential part of that plan involves these catalytic anchors, which include an arts and culture corridor. So it makes great sense that the nightlife work is unfolding alongside the downtown action plan. The Byward Market Authority, Lansdowne, LeBreton, the library, and so many other city building initiatives, all complementary to what we are trying to achieve collectively and collaboratively. I am a member of the new Downtown Champions Table, and my role is to advise and try to help ensure alignment. A great example of what I mean by alignment is the new live music venue, History Ottawa, at the corner of Rideau and Sussex. That kind of addition to our local market is significant and will be foundational not only to our future nightlife, but generally to the average person's experience of Ottawa, the city. All of this taken together is helping to drive and shape our future as we seek to reimagine our core and beyond. Now, am I telling you anything you don't already know? Probably not. But I am here as an expert in the field to reinforce the great value of the nightlife work, to thank the commissioner and the staff at the city and the local music industry for continuing to champion and create something new. Just like all other elements and aspects of tourism, especially here in the nation's capital, we have to give people a reason to come. Music-seeking tourists, whether from across the city, across the country, or around the world, will continue to spend money on live music, and we need to make sure they spend some of it here. Building the nightlife framework to incentivize the consumption of culture or food or music, whatever it is, isn't an option. We need to continue to be intentional or we will be left behind. We are already playing catch up. Now, I just returned from the Junos last night, which the Juno Awards in Vancouver, and I can tell you with certainty that the Canadian music industry is paying attention to the work that we are doing here and are excited as they watch Ottawa evolve into the music city it's becoming. Whether it's headline news or not, the nightlife effort absolutely means more opportunities for artists, all of the amazing venues, promoters, fans, festivals, tourists, and businesses who directly benefit from increasing live music activity. And most importantly, the nightlife effort will help this city stay as competitive as our global economy and our world shifts right before our eyes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Erin. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Aaron. Great to see you. Thank you for the passion you always bring to this. I enjoyed working with you on the music strategy in the previous terms of council, serving as the music liaison for a number of years, and I'd like to continue to help however I can. I'll just take this opportunity to say none of it happens without music teachers. Congratulations to Jeannie Hunter at Nepean High School, who was recognized by the Junos and Music Counts a couple of nights ago as Canada's Music Teacher of the Year. So Jeannie, congratulations if you're listening to the Finance and Corporate Services Committee meeting of Ottawa City Council. So you know my son's story. He's in Toronto as a young aspiring musician. He can jam, he can play, or he can consume music any night of the year. I don't know if we're going to get him back in Ottawa. What can the city do, particularly to try to ensure a more vibrant music scene so that we can begin to bring talent back into this city?
Thank you so much for the question, Councillor Leeper, and it's a great one. We need to continue to incentivize capacity building in the venue ladder. And we have to be, if I had all the time, I would spend a lot of it talking about our venue ladder here, our very precious small, medium, and large venues, how they are intrinsic to an artist, especially a local artist's ability to grow and maintain a career. So making sure we've got places and spaces for those folks to play that are building their own capacity and growing. That pipeline is so essential for an artist. You start in a small club, you move on to a larger club and so on, and ultimately you leave your home market. But when we have a broader music industry infrastructure here, we can retain our talent significantly. We see this is why artists tend to move to larger cities, because they have that infrastructure. I believe our friends at the Ottawa Music Industry Coalition are very hard at work in building the infrastructure here to make sure that we have local managers and agents, not to mention our precious venues. So continuing to pay very, very close attention to our venue ladder is essential, especially as we grow things like a downtown in terms of residential and so on, and our nightlife economy. Because if we don't have those types of businesses, be they for-profit or non-profit, small, medium, and large, we don't have that infrastructure incubator spaces to build and maintain a prosperous music industry locally.
Paying attention doesn't pay bills. What is the, is it zoning? Is it tax breaks? Is it subsidy? How can the city focus its real resources other than attention to try to ensure that venue ladder?
Again, working extremely closely with the Ottawa Music Industry Coalition and taking advice from the experts working on the ground here, I believe, is one way to do that, whether it's a grant program, micro grants, or any type of investment. And I don't just mean money. I mean paying attention to where the gaps are and going to where the opportunities are to address them with whatever resources, but taking advice from the industry is so essential. And I believe that as time goes on, I mean, as I mentioned in my remarks, the reputation of the city is growing in leaps and bounds due to the effort that's being demonstrated on the ground here. So continuing to work with those partners, Councillor, I think is definitely the way to go. And the world is shifting. And as I said, live music is becoming ever more fundamental to a local economy. So Melanie is a great voice and partner for you.
I look forward to hearing from her. Probably one of the greatest legacy pieces coming out of the music strategy was that the city is appropriately supporting the Ottawa Music Industry Coalition. I hope that continues for a long time. Aaron, thanks for your comments.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for your presentation. I first want to thank my colleague for recognizing Ms. Hunter. She taught at Brookfield when I was a school trustee, and what a fabulous resource. And I listened to her acceptance speech reinforcing the importance of music in education, very much needed. So thanks for that, Jeff. My question to you is about how to better communicate performances. The last 18 months or so, maybe the National Arts Center isn't the best example because of all the resources they have, but their communications has really improved in targeted messaging, informing the public what they're offering, what's coming up. Smaller venues don't have those resources. And one thing that I think lacks in Ottawa is a source that helps advertise and communicate sort of, I think the examples I gave before were like TO Ticks in Toronto that used to be in operation. But anytime I'm in Toronto, I can Google a site for that night and see everything, not everything, but a long list of things that are happening in that city. But with respect to the music industry, there's an artist playing at a small venue that really doesn't have resources to get that out. How can we harness whatever resources exist through Ottawa Tourism, through the commissioner, through the city, to help profile and advertise these events? Do you have any thoughts to share with us on that?
Yeah, thank you so much for the question, Councillor. It is a really important one, and I agree the NAC does it really, really well. I think if you look, let's go from the NAC to the Redbird in Old Ottawa South. If you don't know the Redbird, but one of the reasons they don't advertise more is because they tend to sell out a lot of their shows, very small. I don't know, it's 100 cap listening room or so. But I do think there's always an opportunity, especially in a market this size, to work together with local expert resources like the Nightlife Commissioner, like Ottawa Music Industry Coalition, like our friends at Ottawa Festival Network, and so on, to work together and try to identify what might be the best vehicle. There certainly exists several different listings in Ottawa that you can subscribe to, be it a newsletter or the right Instagram feed, etc. I do, when I travel to a new city looking to figure out what experience I want to have, I look to my local media, certainly. Something like an Exclaim magazine, it used to be now it's called Next in Toronto. And always to the local tourism organization. So I do think there's a great opportunity to work with OT a little bit beyond, because what it makes Ottawa so fantastic are those little venues that people coming here don't necessarily know about. And so getting tourists into those places and spaces, and I mean people who live here as well, helping them understand what kind of offerings we do have, will help expand their understanding of the vibrancy of this city. So it's not just important for those organizations that don't have the financial resources to market at a higher level. It is in our best interest as a growing music city to work together to expand awareness and education of the offerings. And if I may, Councillor Brockington, I would just like to acknowledge your recognition of the Music Teacher of the Year. I was sitting 100 feet from Michael Bublé when he awarded her. It was a very special moment, and there wasn't a dry eye in the house. It was one of the most authentic acceptance speeches I have ever seen. And not only did she do Ottawa proud, she reinforced the essential nature of music education, something else I know we are all very committed to and talking about regularly in the city of Ottawa.
Thank you very much, Erin.
Thank you, Mayor.
Appreciate it. Next up is Tara Shannon from the Ottawa Festival Network. Hi, Tara. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I thought somebody else was talking. Did I mess up already? Mayor, councillors, city staff, community partners, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this morning. My name is Tara Shannon, and I am the Executive Director of the Ottawa Festival Network. Bonjour à tous, ça me fait plaisir d'être ici avec vous.
It's a real pleasure to be here today.
The Ottawa Festival Network represents over 100 festivals, fairs, and special events that animate every corner of this city. From major international celebrations to hyper-local gatherings that give voice to our diverse communities. We have long championed the role the arts and culture play in economic development, not only because our festivals and events create jobs, attract tourism, and drive spending, but because they are the heartbeat of our neighborhoods. They are catalysts for connection, sparks of imagination, and platforms for expression. Our placemakers. I want to recognize and celebrate the work of the Nightlife Commissioner and the city's ongoing commitment to the nightlife economy. This role is already proving to be an invaluable connector, a convener, and perhaps most importantly, a champion for bold ideas. Today's Economic Action Plan update makes mention of how the Nightlife Commissioner provided guidance to a group of event producers who developed a business plan to create an outdoor activation space downtown to contribute to neighborhood and commercial vibrancy. What the Nightlife Commissioner has offered them and others is not just guidance, it's legitimacy. It's a seat at the table. It's the message that their ideas are worth building. And this is how cities evolve, not just through massive capital projects, but through the slow, steady cultivation of people and ideas. Through small but strategic investments that say to creators and organizers, we see you, we need you, let's build this city together. We are seeing a new generation of cultural entrepreneurs step up to reimagine Ottawa. These are emerging leaders, diverse, driven, and deeply invested in their city. And like many in the creative sector, they don't lack vision. What they often lack is access. Access to information, to networks, and to the kind of support needed in navigating city systems that weren't built with them in mind. That's where the Nightlife Commissioner comes in, working to break down silos within city services by streamlining processes and by identifying and then investing in the people and partnerships that will make a difference. It's important behind the scenes work that then clears the way for placemaking. Because placemaking is not just a buzzword. It's not just about building physical infrastructure. It's about building belonging. Placemaking is a tool for inclusion, resilience, and vibrancy, and as such, becomes part of our civic identity. And it's critical to our economy because budgets are simply the expression of a people's value system. The Nightlife Commissioner's work is a cornerstone to the vision that Ottawa has for itself as defined by the plan to revitalize its nightlife economy. Whether it's a drag show, a lantern parade, or an all-night dance party, when it's happening in public, visible, and accessible places, it affirms to residents and visitors alike that this city is alive and that there is a place for them here, day and night. Thank you for your time and for your continued support of the Nightlife Economy Plan and cultural placemaking in our beautiful city.
Thank you, Tara. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Tara. Thanks for a great presentation and good to see you as always. What is the threat to our festival scene from increased logistics costs? I'm taking a look around and I just don't know how vibrant our streets are going to be when all of our festivals have to move into places that are, inexpensive to secure.
Yes, our festivals, thank you, Councillor. Our festivals are under a lot of strain right now for costs. When the supply chain was interrupted, through COVID, our operating costs went up. We haven't seen them come down, and cost of living is higher, so we can't increase ticket prices to make up for it. So they're squished in that very small margin area. As my colleagues mentioned earlier, our grant funding is less and less. So our festival sector is under an incredible amount of pressure. The solution to that, it's always easy to say, well, we need more money, we need more money. Yes, we always need more money, but we also need to make way. We need to create more space so that our creatives, those our creative entrepreneurs with vision have space and an easy path to bring their vision to life. And so the work that the Nightlife Commissioner is doing helps with that, is to just alleviate the pain points along the way. So if we can create space to let our people do what they do, I think that the sector will be okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Troster.
Hi, Tara. Nice to see you. Sorry, I'm not in the room. I'm on the screen, but it's always nice to see you. So being the downtown councillor, I often hear from a lot of the festivals because they hold their events in my ward. And one of the things that never seemed to make sense to me is that we give grants to these festivals like Jazz Fest and like the Children's Festival, and then they pay us back money to rent our facilities to hold the festivals in. And, I often hear frustration about that. And I guess at some point I might have to follow up with an inquiry about what it would cost for us to just gift that as part of the granting process to festivals. But I'm just curious to hear from you if that's the kind of feedback you've heard. And also if you have a sense of, if the city were to offer the space for free to some of these festivals that are huge economic drivers to the city, what the payback would be for the city economically. I know that's
thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Great questions, great comments. Yes, on the surface, does it look like the city gives grants and then the festival or event producers then pays the city back? Are we kind of recycling money? We are, in a way, but you know, each of those entities has to present their financial information in a certain way to satisfy, you know, the different funding structures around both of them. So I don't know that it's as easy as saying, let's bypass, you know, let's just allow the festivals to operate there for free. The other thing that it does is it allows us to track information, which is super important. So the data around the usage of the spaces that our festivals are using. I do think, though, making it easier to flow money, it would be helpful. And I really do think that looking at costs. So the conversation around, is there any space, any room for the city to look at the costs? The councillor mentioned earlier the costs that made it prohibitive for the Irish parade, for example, for the St. Paddy's Day parade to go forward, for example. You know, if we can create some more room for conversation around helping with costs, I think that will go a long way.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And yes, that is another good example. In that case, it has to do with security, but solving this problem of giving money to nonprofit organizations and then having them essentially pay us back to access our services, it doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. And so anyway, we can continue this conversation offline, but I just wanted to flag it because I got an email as of just today from a local festival that's frustrated with the payment cycle not lining up with their ticket sales and, you know, owing the city money and how to make that work. So we understand you're under increased pressure, which makes it even harder to make ends meet in a nonprofit arts environment. So thank you for everything you do for our city.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Tara, thank you. Appreciate you coming in today.
Thank you.
Next up is Mélanie Brûlé from the Ottawa Music Industry Coalition.
J'allais dire bon matin, mais c'est l'après-midi
I was
maintenant.
going to say good morning,
Bon après-midi, Monsieur
but
le
we're
Président,
already in the afternoon.
councilors, members of the Finance and Corporate Services Committee, and city staff. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Mélanie Brûlé. I'm the Executive Director of the Ottawa Music Industry Coalition, la Coalition de l'Industrie Musicale d'Ottawa. And I'm also a passionate resident, and I'm here to highlight the critical work being done through the Nightlife Office and to reiterate the importance of continued support for this initiative. As you know, OMIC is a nonprofit dedicated to fostering a thriving and inclusive music ecosystem in Ottawa and embedding music into the fabric of the city. We serve over 550 members in music industry professionals, creating hundreds of performance, work, and professional development opportunities each year. In 2024 alone, with the support of the City of Ottawa and other key partners, OMIC distributed over $160,000 in performance fees to artists and nearly $90,000 to technicians and music workers. Our membership and budget have nearly tripled in 3 years, and the progress is tied to the work in this report and the people behind it, which is why we stand in support of our colleagues in the Economic Development Department and the Nightlife Office. As mentioned in the report, one of our flagship initiatives this year is Capital Music Week, supported by the City of Ottawa, Ottawa Tourism, and dozens of other partners. This is a high-impact event that will take place late May, gathering music creatives, entrepreneurs, and fans for a week of showcases, concerts, a trade show, and professional development activities across the entire city. The centerpiece of this week is the Capital Music Awards, Ottawa's own Junos, if you will, supported by the City of Ottawa and Ottawa Tourism, and taking place on a national stage for the first time this year at the NAC's prestigious Haydon Hall. I'm sharing this information with you to keep you informed about the impact of the interconnected partnerships your city staff is fostering. These initiatives require significant effort, behind-the-scenes coordination, and strong relationship building, and the Economic Development Team and Nightlife Office play a key role in shaping these city-enhancing projects. In a world where so much is based on the transactional, it's refreshing and encouraging to work with colleagues who value collaboration, long-term vision, and the power of community-driven initiatives. Their dedication to building meaningful relationships and fostering sustainable growth is what strengthens a city in the long term. This is not something that happens in a quarter or even in a year. It's a long game, and they see that, and we're here for it too. OMIC is excited to see firsthand the progress on initiatives outlined in the Nightlife Economy Action Plan. As an active member of the Nightlife Council, we've witnessed the breaking down of silos thanks to our Nightlife Commissioner's collaborative and hands-on approach. As many of you know, bridging the gap between city departments and community members is no small feat. In this sense, the Nightlife Office is more than just a policy initiative. It's a driving force for change, dismantling barriers between bylaws, zoning, health and safety, and planning departments. Having a dedicated team member to navigate these complex processes and connect stakeholders is having a tangible and positive effect. A great example of this is our recent music venue town hall meetings, where discussions around key issues like loading zones, updates, and operational challenges were met with action. Mathieu Grondin has been directly engaged, following up without prompting, and ensuring that businesses not only feel heard, but are concretely supported. Nightlife business owners themselves have cited his assistance in helping move the needle on opening new spaces, a clear sign that this work is leading to tangible outcomes. The upcoming citywide nightlife safety plan, developed in partnership with OPH and OPS, will further enhance the sustainability of our nightlife sector by ensuring a safer environment for workers, patrons, and passersby alike. The coordination of an extended liquor license for all music venues and nightlife businesses across the city during Capital Music Week is yet another impactful effort led by Mathieu Grondin in the Nightlife Office. As you all know, making something like this happen takes a great deal of behind-the-scenes work. There are often many unglamorous but essential steps to paving the way for success. There's immense pressure from all sides now as the world is a bit on edge. Of course, there's more work to be done. With this in mind, I kindly encourage all of us with public platforms to take a pause before repeating negative taglines and to take a moment to reflect on whether our words are contributing to or detracting from the larger goal that we're all working towards, which is building a world-class city that everyone can take pride in. Ottawa has an opportunity to lead as a forward-thinking, nightlife-friendly city. To do so, we must ensure continued investment and support of the Nightlife Office and its ability to act as a bridge between the city and the businesses, artists, and cultural workers who make up this sector. As Ottawa's voice for the music industry, OMIC is thrilled to continue the work of delivering the city's plan on a community level. On behalf of our membership of grassroots and major players alike, we thank you for adding the Nightlife Office as a seat to the table and as a valuable liaison. I'm excited to continue this work together for this term of council and beyond.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, Melanie, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Leeper.
Yes, Councillor Leeper.
Sorry, I was trying to find my raise hand button. Merci beaucoup pour tout votre travail.
Thank you very much for all the work you've done.
So we currently support OMIC with city funding, and that's turning into performance dollars and that sort of stuff. We have the Nightlife Commissioner, which is a critical role. I don't think people understand how difficult City Hall can be to navigate for creators and producers and creatives. But what else can and should the city be doing to encourage an active nightlife? I've raised things like zoning, funding of festivals, funding performance spaces, potential subsidies. Do you have a wish list at all for what more the city could be doing?
I mean, if we had a local national arts center, wouldn't that be nice? You know, a central space. A lot of artists and promoters are having trouble with access to space at the moment. It's nice to see that there's new small venues and new medium-sized venues opening up. But it would be really great to, you know, maybe look at the real estate that the city already owns and seeing what we can do to build a central space that these folks can have access to.
Interesting. Okay. Thank you for that. Capital Music Week is May 20th through 25th.
Yes.
Wonderful. And that's at the omic.ca, I believe is the website.
Yeah, ottawamic.com or cxmw.ca.
Amazing. Should people go?
Absolutely. This is such a great initiative. I mean, you know, we've kind of started the idea because it's OMIC's 10th anniversary this year. Thank you, Councillor Leeper, for all the work that you've done, and thanks to the City of Ottawa for supporting us. And then, of course, you know, speaking with Mathieu, as soon as he came into this role, we started brainstorming ideas on how we could work together and really elevate this. So this is bringing together dozens of partners, you know, through Ottawa Festival Network. We've got delegates from 8 or 9 festivals coming to check out our showcases. We have the 2-day nightlife summit. We have activities happening at the NAC. We have music venues that are doing special programming throughout that week across the entire city. You know, people are coming in from out of town. We have a conference to speak and learn about the music industry. So we're really trying to elevate like a Juno Fest or like a South by Southwest, like a Canadian Music Week or Departure. And there are gaps in the music industry around the world right now. There are things happening in Toronto, and it's being, you know, it's more and more difficult to live there. So we're seeing an opportunity for people to come to Ottawa and experience that and start to build our ecosystem through the importing of talent and getting folks connecting with our community. And that's the other thing that's important about this project is we're not putting names on a billboard for the sake of it. We're choosing headliners that are interested in connecting with our community on a meaningful level. So we're looking at the 7 generations ahead and what are we actually building here, not transactional, but meaningful.
I cannot wait to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. I just want to say thank you, Melanie, and thank you to all 4 of our delegates, who, by the way, are 4 women in really important leadership roles in our community. Thank you all for what you're doing and for reminding us today of the great work that's being done and the progress that's been made so far. And Melanie, you made a great point about the unrealistic expectations that there are sometimes that are placed on our city, and the comparisons that are made to much larger cities, and the expectation that Ottawa is going to be like London or New York or Paris or something like that. So it was an important reminder today, I think, of just how well we are doing. We still have a lot of work to do, but how much we've accomplished and how well we are doing. And I think, as you said, everybody has a choice. You know, you can snipe from the sidelines and repeat negative stereotypes about our city, or you can get behind this plan and contribute to building a stronger nightlife economy in Ottawa. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, those are all the delegations. Any questions for staff? Councillor Brockington?
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a number of questions. I want to start off first by thanking staff. It's good to see this report and the presentation. There's so much going on, and I want to acknowledge that and express my appreciation. And I'd like to start with the Downtown Ottawa Action Plan first. That's sort of top of my list and top of my worries. I just want to confirm that in addition to the City of Ottawa providing inputs, that the action plan, the governance of the action plan is with the Board of Trade. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, that's correct. Yes.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. That action plan has very ambitious targets with respect to the number of residents and new employees, net increase of both downtown over just 10 years. Since the report was released almost a year ago, do you have any stats yet on whether we've moved the needle on new residents coming into the downtown core and a net increase in new employees coming to the downtown core?
Mr. Mayor, there are a number of indicators that we are looking at around the health of downtown. We do know that foot traffic has increased, so the BMDA, the downtown Rideau, those areas, foot traffic has increased. The commercial vacancy rate is hasn't increased much, but it's still higher, of course, than the rest of downtown. But I would say we are seeing momentum with people coming back downtown, with workers coming back 4 days a week. But some of those vacancy rates still there, but I think showing promise. But yes, some of those numbers are large, and that plan, the Downtown Ottawa Action Plan, will take time to implement, and it's meant to be done, not in a year, but of course over a course of several years.
I think the action plan listed building permits that had already been approved, so units yet to be constructed, plus those in the queue. Nothing has come to fruition in that regard yet. That's one way to measure a net increase in residents.
Mr. Mayor, building permits are one thing that we're watching as well, yes.
Okay, the federal government has declared surplus about 12.5 buildings in the downtown core. What movement with those buildings has occurred within the last year? Have any buildings been leased or sold to private entities to take over, and or have any buildings been repurposed for residential uses, for example?
Mr. Mayor, so in terms of the number of properties that have moved, I'm not aware of that. We'd have to follow up with you. I can tell you though that there has been some recent efforts to collaborate more closely with the other public sector property owners, so the PSPC and others, and to collaborate in terms of finding ways to accelerate the redevelopment or conversion or next phase in terms of those particular properties.
Okay, that's a big one for me. I'd like to ask that future annual reports comment on some of those key targets that we've established in the action plan with respect to net increase in residents, net increase in employees, and what the status is of those buildings in particular the federal government has deemed surplus. We've been critical of how slow their past processes have been. There's a commitment that they want to speed this up. We've got to make sure that we're heading in the right direction. The other concern I have is there really needs to be someone to take the lead to market. Let me back up to explain to the market and industry that there are opportunities to relocate in downtown Ottawa, that we have office vacancy, that it's not just a conversion to residential. It's sort of been a default that some politicians use, but really the best use of an office tower is for office purposes. Can you just confirm there's no specific person or unit out there that's doing that particular job? Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, it wouldn't be a specific unit. I think the work around downtown is collective. And so we work with partners like Invest Ottawa, who support business expansion, attraction. They are a part of the Downtown Champions table. And so working to fill some of those spaces downtown, I think, is on the top of their radar and our radar as well. But there's not one organization. We all work collaboratively together.
Okay, thank you. I'll just switch gears now. One quick question with respect to the special economic district action plans. You had mentioned this briefly, that the airport was one of them, Canada North and the airport. I'll just read a quick sentence. Council directed staff to develop a tangible action plan for both districts in collaboration with a whole bunch of partners. This is in talking about the airport itself. One challenge that the local community has had with the airport, and some sort of well-known, well-documented challenges in the past, is simply a lack of communication or engagement with the local community. We don't want to fight. There's some very minor stuff in the grand scheme of things that should have been addressed, and sort of an unwillingness of some players in the past to engage. And I would just simply ask, as a future vision of airport lands is being contemplated, it'd be great at some point to bring the local community in. There's 4 or 5 wards that abut the airport, and we simply just want to be respected and be part of the conversation. So I just plant that with you, because certainly I want to see things smooth over. And the last thing, Mayor, I'll just comment on is I'm very happy to see our nightlife commissioner here. We met last week and appreciate your good work, but the challenge I've seen over the past few months is I believe the expectations in our city have been raised about what the night commissioner does or does not do. In addition to administrative matters, safety, website updates, meetings, all the stuff that's in the report that he's been engaged in. At the end of the day, it's going to be up to the industry to open businesses or venues up or to offer. That's not the nightlife commissioner's job. And I think there's a disconnect with some in the community about that. And so in order to ensure his role is successful, I just want staff to comment on this, that I do think he's been unfairly treated by some, particularly on social media and in the media as a whole. And I think we all have a job to play here to make sure that expectations are clear with all parties. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and thank you very much for the overview today of our economic development strategies. I am really pleased to see Mathieu here. I know the volume of things that come into the city when it comes to a nightlife economy, be it loading issues and zoning issues for new venues, noise issues, trying to get bylaw to be a little bit more sensitive to some of the needs of our nightlife partners. It's a lot of work, and Mathieu, I'm glad you're here to do it. And I hear that you've been doing very well at it, and so it's important. I only have the one question, I think, which is something that Ms. Callery raised with respect to public transit. Public transit in Ottawa is a barrier or a challenge to a more vibrant nightlife. If you are in Orleans at 2 o'clock in the morning, it can be very difficult to get back home from a night out. I don't expect you, Mathieu, as a bureaucrat, to be a strong social media voice criticizing OC Transpo. You've got a boss, and your boss has a boss. But do you have the opportunity to advocate, as we heard that residents or counterparts in, for example, Boston have done? Do you have that opportunity to advocate with OC Transpo around improved service and to make sure that our transit officials are hearing about the importance of transit to that greater economic development issue?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Great question. Providing safe, efficient, and reliable nighttime transit is fundamental to be able to develop the growth of nightlife economy. This is information data we get from other big cities that have big nightlife hubs. So, and it's also a matter of safety. If you want to go out and you want to be able to get back home. I've had good collaboration. We've opened up the discussion with OC Transpo, and I've had outstanding collaboration from them, as also with the other departments inside city administration throughout my 9 months, 10 months I've been here. So this is an ongoing discussion that we are having. As you mentioned, I'm here to advocate for nightlife users, participants, and businesses, and this is what I've been doing with OC Transpo and the other city services.
That is about as much as I can ask, which is that those lines of communication be open and that you're at the table as an advocate for our nightlife economy with OC Transpo. So thank you for confirming that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Dudas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I just wanted to say, Jeff, if you're in Orleans at 2 a.m., I've got a couch. Come on, crash over. No worries. All right, we'll get you home the next morning. I actually wanted, that was a phenomenal segue, because I did want to ask about transit. We have LRT extensions coming, which is really going to open up new areas of our city for folks who are, trying to access, whether it's nightlife or daytime activities. Is this being considered as part of this overall economic plan to have people not only living in our city move to other attractions throughout our city, but also have tourism, be attracted to go to the Shankman, go to Ben Franklin Place, go to different areas? Are we using this as an opportunity?
As I've mentioned, since I took the position 9 months ago, I think it's important to be able to develop nightlife hubs throughout the city. Of course, the inner city, the downtown will always play a special role in this, and especially the Byward Market, because that's been a historical nightlife hub. But yes, being able to have access to other nightlife hubs throughout the different wards across the city is important, be they in the suburbs or even in the rural wards. I think they all have their own identity and something special to offer to residents, newcomers, and of course, tourists too.
Even thinking about, some of the opportunities that the stations or, transit provides, there's busking opportunities and things like that. So I'm glad to hear that there's consideration of how to leverage what is such a phenomenal project happening in our city for economic improvement as well as entertainment purposes. I am wanting to shift our focus a little east. I'm very happy to see all the work that's being done in the core. And I was very pleased to see that the Orleans Economic Action Plan is referenced in this document, in this report. It does mention about the reinvigoration of the CIP in the spring, and I was wondering if you could elaborate a little bit more on what we can expect to see in the East End. There has been a huge push to have this component included in the city's economic outlook, and I'm very curious to see if you have a little bit more information to flesh out in respect to that.
Mr. Mayor, we're very much at the beginning of this work around the Orleans Action Plan. I mean, the idea is to leverage, of course, the assets that are in Orleans, upcoming LRT, the CIP as well. You know, particularly around the CIP, I don't really think much of it is well known. So, you know, leveraging those pieces, making sure that the business community understands those pieces. Part of the work that we will be doing is working with the BIAs and residents and businesses to see what we can do to add value. So very much at the preliminary stage, but working to leverage those tools and the assets that we have to promote it more as a live, work, play area as well.
Okay, it's good to hear, because that's the kind of the dual issues that we have in the East End is that, you know, creating jobs and growth, but also promoting our existing attractions. I recently went to the Schenkman Arts Center to see Biff Naked. Wonderful show, sold out, amazing. But I'd be curious to know if somebody in Canada knew that she was playing there that particular night. So there's lots of opportunities. We have the Orleans Rib Fest, Poutine Fest. We've got all sorts of things happening. But I'd love to know that we're sharing that with the rest of the city. And I suspect other areas of our city are feeling the same way. You know, do I always know what's happening in Barrhaven? I hope so, but not necessarily. So I do want to make sure that, you know, as we're absolutely, and we should be focusing on our core is truly our play space for the entirety of residents across Ottawa. I go there all the time for all sorts of activities. I also want to see that we're focusing on, you know, economic prosperity, development, attractions in every community across our city. I quickly wanted to ask about venue spaces. That was brought up by several of our delegations, and you know, the different types. We have multiple sizes, we have multiple opportunities. What role do you see the city playing in the creation of new venues, or is it a matter of, you know, a supporting role? Like what kind of role do we play? What can you expect to see in the coming future?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think the role of the nightlife office here is to make sure that we have the right framework condition for the growth of nightlife and the opening of these venues, and also provide a broader analysis in terms of what Aaron Benjamin referred to as the venue ladder, identify the gaps there, and trying to act as a liaison between the different city services and the private operators. So I think the best we can do is to support private operators that could have these projects and opening up these venues. And this is what I have been doing in the last few months with a couple of groups. I can mention the group who reopened the venue Mavericks a couple of weeks ago. We were really happy to see that, you know, like a lot of venues in the Byward and bars and restaurants, when there was a closing, there was a reopening announced right away. I think, you know, there is a gap that we can have, that we still have, I think, in around the 300, 400, 500 person capacity in terms of venues. And we hope to be able to support any operator that might have a project like this.
I'm going to, in terms of venues too, I also think there was a mention of placemaking. You know, one of the things that I hear from a number of our festivals and entertainment groups is that, you know, when we're building new spaces across our city, it could even be a plaza. How are we thinking ahead in terms of accommodating future use? So are we putting in the wiring and the infrastructure needs to accommodate, you know, music and entertainment activities going forward? Is that something that you're also working on? Is that something you're liaising with different departments in the city to do?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm there to work with whatever project that comes up and to apply a nightlife lens to it. So public spaces and, you know, projects in the public realms, obviously I am being consulted and I'm having these discussions. But also, I think what I've been doing the last few months and try to support projects that were like, activations of vacant lots and initiatives and projects like this that we can activate and animate with throughout the summer and the fall, and maybe turn it into a winter market. That's the kind of projects right now that we've been working on. But in terms of infrastructure of the city, yes, of course, I'm ready to support these types of initiatives too.
Thank you, Councillor Dudas. Councillor King. Councillor King.
Thank you so much, Your Worship. And I just wanted to thank staff for the hard work that was undertaken on this economic development strategy, and ask a few questions on our support for small businesses and economic diversification. We know our small businesses remain the backbones of our local growth. The small business needs assessment is particularly important as we identify systemic barriers to growth, especially for Indigenous, racialized, and Francophone business owners. So I'm just wondering if staff could provide an update on what progress has been made on the small business needs assessment, and when can we expect to see actionable recommendations implemented to address barriers faced by those small businesses.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the work on the small business needs assessment is underway right now with support from Bloomberg. We went out, we did a survey, a number of focus groups and meetings with different representation, as you shared, Indigenous, racialized. So Adawe, for example, Changemaker Hub, reaching out to those groups to get those different perspectives. Right now, we're assembling all the findings that we have, and then we will be putting together a follow-up plan, recommendations that really have kind of those tactical, practical things that the city can do. I provided a few examples around, availability of resources. We do hear that all the time. But if there's assistance we can provide, especially for small businesses who don't have a lot of employees, of course, and a lot of resources to help them navigate the city permitting process and those types of things, and any work as well with Invest Ottawa and the work that they do to support small businesses and make sure we're meeting those needs.
I appreciate that, because there's definitely a need for that. On behalf of the mayor, who was representing our city so well, fighting against tariffs on Friday, I had attended on his behalf a town hall that was held by the African Canadian Association of Ottawa. And, I spent nearly an hour there talking to many small businesses from our diverse communities after the session. And this is exactly what they're asking for a concierge-based type of system that would assist them with creating more efficiencies in terms of the way that they deal with the city. So it's something that I'm hearing on an ongoing basis. I'm corresponding with many businesses that are encountering many challenges, whether it's with small business licensing to planning files and application files. And so it will be very important for us to have that tool. I think that's many businesses are waiting a mechanism like that to improve their interface with the city. On economic diversification, while Ottawa's economy remains stable despite global economic challenges, we need to accelerate our diversification efforts, and we read that in the report. And I know there was, some discussion around clean tech and other areas of focus. With the anticipated reductions in federal jobs, really does highlight the importance of growing other sectors. So given the anticipated federal government job reductions, what specific strategies are you contemplating to accelerate economic diversification and reduce our dependency on federal employment?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the question. So I think a few things in this area, as you rightfully mentioned, of course, diversification, very important right now, particularly where we will see perhaps limited government spending, reduction in headcount as well. And I had shared in the presentation, part of what work we were doing was through a Harvard Bloomberg leadership initiative, and really sort of, I mean, there was a downtown focus, and of course the focus on diversifying our economy. What we did, we looked at a lot of data. We kind of dug very deep in Ottawa's economy to figure out where are those adjacent opportunities, so sectors close to where our fortes are, that we can facilitate and support, I would say, in a more deliberate way. Invest Ottawa is doing a lot of that work right now, but being a little bit more deliberate and focused. And so a few of the sectors I mentioned, which you did as well. So the aerospace and defense sector, we certainly know that there's going to be more spending in that area, particularly with the promise around some of the NATO targets. So how can we facilitate growth in that area? Also looked around sort of the health sciences. We know we have major hospitals in the city, major research capacity. We have the new Advanced Medical Research Center. So how can the city and partners like Invest Ottawa dig in a little bit deeper there to support companies, particularly around commercialization and taking advantage of the assets that we have in Ottawa, and then also clean tech as well. So moving that forward, again, support for our local businesses, but very much taking that, being a little bit more deliberate, or much more deliberate, I would say, on those diversification efforts, and then the work around supporting small businesses, you know, made in Ottawa, made in Canada businesses as well.
I appreciate that response and the efforts. I think it's going to be very important. And I know that the city does this well to leverage the partnerships that we have, whether it's with the National Research Council or other post-secondary education institutes within the city to really take advantage and leverage the potential opportunity that this economic challenge of tariffs and frankly, economic warfare towards our country is presenting us with. So I think it's important for us to really leverage those items. The other element that I think does bear some consideration, and I think that this was underreported element of the tax policy report that we just had, was the fact that we are seeing massive decreases in industrial tax rates, and being able to entertain, you know, whether it's light industrial opportunities based on those reduced tax rates in some of these areas, such as clean tech or aerospace, might present an interesting economic opportunity for the city. So thank you for those answers. Thank you for the amount of work that you're undertaking. It's much appreciated, and it's very important in these very perilous economic times. Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor King. Councillor Luloff.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and really do appreciate the update. It's always great to hear from the Festival Network, from Aaron, who does an incredible job and pointed out some of the really great music venues that we do have in the city. You know, Redbird, the Rainbow, Avant-Garde. I got to give a shout out to Alec at Avant-Garde, who, if you're an up and coming local artist, or somebody who's trying to come and play in Ottawa from the first time, for the first time from Montreal or from Toronto, Alec will find a space for you and team you up with a local band so that people will come out and hear your music. These are really, really great venues doing really, really good work, and they have been for years. Out here in Orleans, we have great live music venues as well, with the Stray Dog Brewing Company, with Broadhead, which has been able to throw absolutely massive shows, even wrestling events, because they've got such a large space in their canning area. And for more intimate shows and outdoor patio sort of stuff, OBC. I really want to make sure that when we are developing a nightlife strategy, that we're doing so in a way that ensures that people have options across the city, and that we're not entirely focusing just in one neighborhood. Although I absolutely agree that we certainly need to do the work to revitalize the Byward Market. I worked there for almost 10 years. It was a great, safe place to go Realizing that circumstances have changed, we do need to have a focus there, but I want to make sure that we're broadening that focus. We've got people that are taking it upon themselves here in the East End to create wonderful experiences for people. People like Trevor Mason, who's been running the Caribbean Festival for years, celebrating a Caribbean culture. Reach the beach when the beach is flooded. That's fine. He pivots, and we have Centrum Plaza, and we have a big block party there. Kevin Herchebees with the Cork and Fork Festival. And we've got our own food and wine show out here in the East End at the Schenkman Arts Center. And he also does the Orleans Craft Beer Festival, which has been so wildly successful that Kathy Curry is lucky and gets to have the Canada Craft Beer Festival run by Kevin, who's been doing it so well here in Orleans. I hope that it's insanely successful, and I hope that it moves to Stittsville and Barrhaven. It really is wonderful to get to see these great local bands on a large stage celebrating some of the other local businesses that are producing great products here in the nation's capital. Some of the issues that we do face, however, is the upkeep of the facilities that host these big festivals. You guys have heard me talk about this at several different committees, but Centrum Plaza, which is like our Festival Plaza, is in a severe state of disarray to the point where we need to be perhaps looking for another venue, depending on how quickly we can get things cleaned up. It's great to have spaces, but if we don't keep those spaces up, then we lose them. Affordability is another big one. We have the beautiful Schenkman Arts Center in Orleans. It's wonderful. And when it first opened up, there was a program that was sponsored that had local bands playing in the Black Box Theater. That Black Box Theater is not programmed all the time and sometimes sits empty. But because of how expensive it is to be able to rent that space out, to hire the in-house staff to be able to run sound and whatnot, a local band that wanted to or a group of local bands or a local promoter that wanted to throw a concert in that incredible space is out $5,000 before they even step in the door. We need to find ways to support and to reduce that cost so that local acts, local theater, you can do pretty much anything in that space. Local exhibitions can use this incredible space that we have. So when I hear people talking about we need like a local art center, we have them. We have Meridian Theater and we have Schenkman Art Center. We just need to make them more accessible to the people that are willing to take the risk and put on a show. I know that we don't like to compare ourselves to Toronto, but you can take the train home at the end of the night if you go out and you live in the suburbs and you go out in downtown Toronto. So either we need to make sure that that is something that can happen once Line 2 opens, or we need to support and invest in nightlife in Canada, in Orleans, Stittsville, and Barrhaven. Or do both. If we really want to make sure that it's supported. Oh, okay, I'll be very quick then. In some ways, we've come a long way thanks to these new festivals and events. In other ways, we've regressed. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to raise some of the issues that we face out here in the East End. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Luloff. Councillor Curry.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and thanks, Councillor Luloff. We're very excited in Canada for sure. So I couldn't get on one of these calls without telling you there's 570. Notice the difference, not 540, 570 companies in the tech park. And you might not think that we are all about nightlife, but guess what? We are. And what is fascinating is that recently, Kevin Ford of Calian, CEO, at a Tech Tuesday, actually challenged each of the 570 companies to try to have musical entertainment during the day, like at lunch for employees, which would then, if every company just did 4 different musical events, think about how many opportunities that would be for some of our young musicians, right? That they would have all these extra gigs. Like, just think about that, right? So that is what is happening in the tech park to try to encourage some of the musical talent in this city. There's lots of it, but give them more opportunities so that we could then again have potentially more nightlife opportunities. So I want to share that with you. The other thing I want to just thank staff for all the work with Bloomberg that's happening in the tech park. I'm loving that the plans for the 2 special economic districts are going forward quite well. And I also wanted to tell you that the idea of the tech park becoming more of a like live, work, play, learn, innovate, where there already are universities and residences and more apartment and condominium dwellings, that there will need to be a lot more nightlife. So I had a great conversation with the night commissioner, and I really appreciated his interest in already his activities in looking at what that might look like. So all that to say, you don't think necessarily that tech and nightlife go together, but they do. And we're also getting a band shell in the tech park as well. So we will have a venue for lots of exciting concerts to come. And the last thing I was going to say was just thanks to Councillor King for pointing out that, yeah, we do need to make sure we're focused on what other industries we have. And, staff didn't mention this, but, clean tech also involves compound semiconductors as well. But there are opportunities for us to definitely diversify and not be as reliant on federal government jobs if our future is worrisome. Anyway, I want to thank staff for a great economic development plan and for all their work with KNBA in the tech park. And that's all I have to say about that.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Troster.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I don't want to belabor this discussion because we've been talking for quite a long time, but I did want to specifically thank economic development staff because, of course, the number one thing that I hear about revitalization of downtown is that it's not going to happen unless people feel safe and unless people are cared for. And so when we found out about the potential for the Ottawa, Ontario deal, my office brought together all of the community service providers in the neighborhood, all of our BIAs, all our community associations to ask what we thought we needed for this to be successful. And I really want to thank the economic development team for putting a downtown outreach strategy into the economic development strategy, because we really can't have one without another. I just have to say the city's in the process of developing that strategy, and it just can't come soon enough. We need it so desperately. And just in terms of positive signs, there's finally a grocery store that's opening at Lion Station. Finally, the density tipping point is getting there in certain parts of the downtown core that have been economically depressed, specifically the north part of Centertown. We do have other buildings, privately owned buildings, that are being converted into housing, including one on Laurier near Bank. And of course, there's one just across from City Hall that you'll see is wrapped on Elgin Street. So there's still a long way to go. Those federal properties have been sitting empty and we have absolutely no news about them. And I would really encourage the federal government to move faster because they're not doing anyone any good being empty. And I just wanted to point to one of the frustrating things. We have more than 30 empty storefronts on Bank Street. It is a huge problem, and the city is very limited in the tools that we can have to actually help, because we can't specifically incent private businesses. We cannot provide them with rent subsidies. There are a lot of things I'd like to be able to do that we can't do. But I've had a look at the draft tactical plan that the city's working on with Bloomberg for the downtown core. It really takes the downtown action plan and it puts it into some really quantifiable outcomes that I think some of you will be quite excited about. So I can't wait for that to unfold and for this committee to get to see it, because I think it'll answer some of the questions that all of you have about, like, why, how. I really encourage staff to work on something that really gets down to the granular details and that will really give us a physical sense of uplift to the neighborhood that desperately needs it right now. So anyway, I just want to thank you staff so much specifically for including the outreach piece, and I hope we start to see some more folks helping out on the street soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. All right, is that received? Thank you. Thank you to the team. Appreciate it. Moving on to 6.2, we have a staff presentation. We have a technical amendment and a direction to staff. So maybe we can start with the presentation. If we don't have to do the presentation, if it's up. Okay, if everybody's ready to move forward on it, yeah, okay. Hang tight in case there are questions. Councillor Gower, if you wouldn't mind introducing the technical amendment, please.
Yep. Whereas the report recommends a surplus
declaration waiver of certain sections in the city's disposal of real property policy and delegation of authority to transfer city-owned lands to proponents to build affordable and attainable housing. And whereas the description of the property in document 1 ought to have included a small parcel shown as area B in document 1 attached, abutting the larger parcel known municipally as 40 Beechcliff Street, shown as area A in document 1. Since this smaller parcel is not required for city purposes, it will otherwise become non-viable and it will contribute to the feasibility of the overall property at that address. Therefore, be it resolved that the committee recommend amending the report to replace document 1 with document 1 appended to this motion in order to include the aforementioned city-owned parcel with the transfer of 40 Beechcliff Street.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. And Councillor Menard, did you want to read your direction?
Sure. Thanks very much, Mayor, and thanks to staff for their assistance. It's important that the redevelopment of 185 Hawthorne be undertaken by a nonprofit housing provider to ensure long-term affordability in the community, given the high cost of home prices. Staff have confirmed that this site and others listed in the report will be offered to nonprofit housing providers for nominal value through a request for proposal. To support this effort, staff will undertake site due diligence, including environmental assessment work and concept plan development, and staff are also exploring pre-development funding to support planning, engineering, and building permit drawings. It's useful to note that this a motion was passed when the rezoning application for 185 Hawthorne was presented to committee to ensure that part of the property is maintained for publicly accessible open space, given the importance of the site to the community. As a result of these objectives, staff shall be directed to follow up with the Councillor Ward 17 prior to finalizing the disposal of the site to confirm that a nonprofit housing provider has been selected and to provide an update on the concept plan for the redevelopment, including the future open space. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, and staff are fine with that?
We're happy to accept that.
Okay, thank you. So on the technical amendment then, is that carried? And on the item as amended, is that carried? Okay, moving to item 10 on the agenda. Are there any notices of motion? Okay, inquiries. Councillor Dudas?
It has been 1 year since the Ottawa-Ontario agreement was signed, and with it, an agreement for the province of Ontario to undertake a 3-stage plan to take back ownership and responsibility for Ottawa Road 174. The agreement included that the province of Ontario would fund both capital and limited operating costs during the transition period. Could staff provide an overview of completed OR 174 capital or operating work for which the city has either secured or intends to secure reimbursement from the province of Ontario? 2, an overview of anticipated future OR 174 capital or operating work for which the city intends to seek reimbursement from the province of Ontario. 3, a summary on the assessment due diligence completed to date. And 4, a summary of any potential milestones council should expect as part of the due diligence process.
Thank you, Councillor Dudas. Are there any other inquiries? We do have one other item of business. There is a time-sensitive motion regarding the Board of Directors of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. So we're hoping this motion will be adopted today and then rising to tomorrow's special council meeting. Councillor Gower, would you mind introducing the motion, please?
Yep, that the following motion be added to the agenda pursuant to
sorry, I should be saying on suspension of the rules.
Okay.
Is that carried? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Gower.
Okay, I'll skip that. Whereas the Federation of Canadian Municipalities represents the interests of member municipalities on policy and program matters that fall within federal jurisdiction. And whereas FCM's board of directors is comprised of elected municipal officials from all regions and sizes of communities to form a broad base of support and provide FCM with the united voice required to carry the municipal message to the federal government. And whereas FCM's annual general meeting will be held in conjunction with the annual conference and trade show, May 29th to June 1st, 2025, followed by the election of FCM's board of directors. And whereas Ottawa City Council supports Councillor Tim Tierney on his bid to run for the first vice president table officer's position on FCM, therefore be it resolved that the Council of the City of Ottawa endorses Councillor Tim Tierney to stand for election on SCM's Board of Directors for the period starting in June 2025 and ending June 2026. And be it further resolved that Council assumes all costs associated with Councillor Tierney attending FCM's Board of Directors meetings.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Is that carried? Thank you. Motion to adjourn. Carried. Thank you. Merci beaucoup.